Okay. Okay. Everything seems good. I think. I have no clue how the audio is, so there's that. Um, do I want to sign into the chat? I think I need to do that. Oh, I just changed this password actually. What is this? What did I change it to? I remember what I changed it to. Oh my gosh, and now you're asking me to. That's the worst. I have to verify myself on the widget thing. This is a new. I'm streaming from Windows now, so I have to reconfigure everything. Okay, let me see if this works. All right. All right, that's cool. All right, we're good. Yeah, sorry, I'm setting stuff up. I will be talking in a second. Okay, hopefully I did everything correctly. It's been a while since I did this. Couple of reasons for that. I think I just like got really working and just not wanting to stream. So I'm still alive. I am. You can see in the Discord that I'm still alive. I just haven't streamed in a long time. I haven't been coding that much. But I decided to code the other day, and I figured if I'm here coding, then I might as well do it live, because that's what I used to do. And I figured I'd just make this code base kind of more readable, since it's kind of like a disgusting war zone, and I don't have like any comments anywhere other than stuff that is just like random shit like this. So I figured like I would go through, and then hopefully I can just like upload this project so that I can be done with it, so that I can move on to something else, because like I feel like this shit is just, I don't know, I don't enjoy it anymore, this project. So I was like, do I just leave it like the game engine and just don't put the code up just because I'm lazy? And I like, fuck that. I just rather like just like take the time to clean it up, and then just so that I can be done with it, because yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I think it's a good project. It's just due to the hardware limitations, and I think the idea was a bit too ambitious due to the terrain generation, because doing the terrain generation in real time, like we have to have like a hash table for all of these chunks, and then read it back from the GPU to figure out what chunks don't have vertices, so that we don't generate them again. And it's just like a huge fucking mess, to be honest, how complicated it got. And so I think, like, moving forward, I kind of want to not do that. Keep doing this terrain system. Like, if I was to do this again, I would probably do it so that you generate the terrain once or something like this, and then or we do big chunks at a time or something. Like, doing terrain generation in real time is slow. This doing the terrain generation and then reading back from the GPU takes anything between 1 millisecond to 8-9 milliseconds, depending on how expensive it is for one frame. And there's no way around that because we just have to, call the map the buffer, and my driver is too old so that I don't have persistent mapping. So it's just a lot of suffering, to be honest, with how the chunk system ended up, and there's really no solution. Even if we only read back size of int times emitted chunks, which is anything between like 0 and at max like 9. So we're only reading 9 ints back. But even that is bad because you just like halt the GPU. We even do a double buffering thing here, but it doesn't matter. So real-time terrain generation is insane. Yeah. It's not like the most impossible thing because I'm not doing it at like the craziest resolution, but it kind of does. The hashing system is the part that sucks, and doing the readbacks from the GPU. Without the readbacks, if we just didn't have to do this, then it would be fine. Like the maximum amount of time all of this actually takes is like 5 milliseconds, which would be fine. But due to the having to wait and block on the GPU it makes it undoable. And the reason why we have to read back from the GPU is because the terrain generation happens on the GPU. And so we have to know which chunks were empty that we just generated and then add it to this hash table so that we don't keep regenerating empty things and drawing empty things. Seen dynamic terrain where they store its distances in voxels for SDF. You can apply SDF edits to them and cache those edits. Yeah, that's basically what I have. Is I literally just have a 3D volume of those numbers, right? And so we just interpolate between them using margin cubes. So that's pretty much it. Like I posted the code for it. Somebody asked me for the margin cubes thing. But yeah, it's literally just we have this density thing here where we literally just generate the density based on like sampling different noise volumes. We have the Perlin stuff and then the FBM stuff, and then we just layer them on top of each other, and this density value we just add the noise values, and then that's what goes into the margin cube stuff. And so that's basically it. Believe it or not, this stuff isn't actually as expensive as it looks. It looks pretty crazy. But we, at max, do like, because we have LOD levels, we only do like at absolute max 2 full resolution chunks of frame. So just the way it works out. Which turns out to not be that bad, and then everything else happens at an extremely low resolution, so it's usually fine. But yeah, it's not really necessarily doing the terrain generation that's hard. It's getting rid of the junk, the empty, because so I have it so that you can have really noisy terrain to the point where it's not really just flat terrain. To the point where, if you have like really noisy, noise volumes, then you can have it set to where like it's like massive, right? Like, that it's like very large, it goes into the sky or whatever, the terrain. So the problem with, we don't know what chunks are going to be empty until we check them, basically. So if I've extended it to this point where we don't just have flat terrain, and now we're just on the ground, and now we have to look into the sky as well, then it becomes kind of problematic because now you're checking like an insane amount of chunks because you're checking into the sky. Which, that's a lot of, because if you do have flat terrain and you're not actually filling those chunks, then you're just looking into empty chunks. And so that's why we have to read back from the GPU and figure out if the chunk was empty, if we did the density function and it ended up empty. So yeah, and obviously it does get a lot slower when you have the crazy terrain, because then you have a lot of more chunks that end up having stuff in it. So it's all kind of a mess. I kind of have this thing that I do with my projects where I don't like limiting them in scope, and I want real-time generation so that you can move the parameters around and see how it changes in real time or whatever. And that's cool and all, but it makes it so that the program just runs worse, which is kind of a problem. Anyway, I just thought that I'd go through and refamiliarize myself with everything, and I've gone and forked the project so I can make changes and not really be worried about how the Minecraft yeah, exactly. That's the exact idea. So yeah, I just figured I'd go through and then familiarize myself with the project while also making it more readable. It's probably not going to be the most exciting thing to watch. I also don't have music, and the reason why I don't have music is because my headphones broke. So I have no real way of listening to the music myself and then policing if it's going to be a problem, if there's an ad or something. So you're just going to have to supply your own music, unfortunately, which, it kind of does suck. So I'm sorry. But this was the ID texture for particle selection. By music, yeah, it's unfortunate. That's what I do, and this one dude doesn't understand why they go bake, 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 and I want real time. Yeah. I like baking as well because, well, I like real-time lighting, of course, but if you want to do like what I had in my engine with I wanted real control over, I don't know, the way the light painted onto things. I like Argento's films especially because Argento's films are all like that. The walls look like they're painted with light. And so I think baked lighting is good for stuff like that. But obviously now that we have the ability to have real-time lighting and everything, then there's no reason for you to just limit yourself to baking, for sure. Now I bake, yeah, definitely. I mean, I bake when I can, but I think the novelty of a project like this, where it's oh, you're in space, and oh, you're you go on planets. The whole point of it is that it happens in real time, so that you can land on a planet and then you get a new planet every time. If you had to wait for it to generate, it just wouldn't feel good, I feel like. So that's kind of how I feel about it. I've been trying to figure out if I want to do this for these or this. I don't know what the correct way of going about it is, but I've been doing things this way because now it's better because now you don't have soft wrapping, so you can do a close up. So I think that's it. Also just looks better on GitHub. So that's my argument for doing the for stuff like this. It doesn't make sense, but lines that are super long, I kind of feel like it makes some modicum of sense to do it. Yeah, so I should be adding, so this is within planet atmosphere, this is rendering red. I was doing this formula for our different render passes. So in order, we have the sky, we generate the sky, then we render the sky to the 2D, texture, and then we do the particle rendering, which is just quads. And then this is the shadows, I believe. So let's just Also, I'm on Windows now because things run better on this laptop on Windows. So that's why I'm on Windows and not Linux for now. I agree, but also gameplay-wise, how fast you'll be able to move between planets. You'd pre-generate many things. Yeah. Generate many things, yeah. How fast will you be able to move between planets? Yeah, I never really, figured that out, because right now what you do is you literally just, once you're inside a certain range of a particle, then as you approach it, it just, it starts running the meshing function for that planet once you enter into like a certain range of the atmosphere. And just due to, I can't really show it off because I kind of have the particle rendering not enabled right now, but due to you being able to just no clip, really, it's not like you have a ship, right, and we have this designated amount of time that it's going to take for you to reach the planet. And the planets, by the way, the planets aren't actually circular, they're just a plane, right? And so you could be landing any place on the plane, so it's not like we can pre-generate just a certain amount of it. It's very much like an infinite plane, so that's why it's kind of hard to pre-generate anything when it comes to the terrain. Yeah. Hey, you're alive. I am. I can't meow. I am. What is up? Scolding me for using TAA and all these other shortcuts. To cut back and take shortcuts. Yeah, I've no clue what all that stuff is. I mean, well, no, we talked about TAA. Real-time GI I'll never be able to do, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty incredible that you can do stuff like this, because 10 years ago you would not be able to do this. Hello, twin, what's up? Hello, twin, what's up? See, I am your twin, and that's why I said the same thing that you said. Okay, so this is going to be the shadow pass, and then this goes to I think it's just shadow map texture, and this is also on the main FBO. And this just uses the mesh stuff, and then this goes to the shadow shader. For now, I'll just leave the descriptions empty. Yeah, this file is already pretty clean, I'm not gonna lie. So it's not like something that I have to really worry about doing too much to. On the network edge, I'd opt for a hash ring with sharding around. Google opts to include a count as an additional dimension. Do you have any input on how to structure the influence of time? On the network edge, fragmented sharding around session IDs. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe I'm just too stupid. Are we talking about some sort of, I don't know, browser? The network edge, I'm not sure. I'm kind of working on a graphics project personally. No, this isn't shadow map texture. I don't bind a new FBO texture, do I? No, yeah, this goes to... That's why. It goes to a different FBO. I don't remember why. I don't really remember why. But there's a reason for it. And then this does the... Oh, and then this combines... Oh, yeah, because you have to render it to a different target, yeah. Yeah. And this is the mesh shader. Okay. Do I not miss binding my textures? Yeah, I have to bind my textures, unfortunately. But the good thing here is that this project was never really meant to like have like with the game engine, right? It had its own like stuff where, you know, you could get textures all the time, like load in textures and stuff. Like this is just like a hard-coded thing sort of thing. Like I never really cared that much about like making it so that whatever. I mean, maybe in the future that's something that I could do, but I didn't really bother with that. So that's the good thing about this, is that I'm probably just going to leave that hard-coded and not worry too much about it at all. I think I usually worry way too much about hard-coding things in my projects and then like build an insane amount of structures that just are not necessary again and again and again. So, yeah. Maybe if one day I make this into like some sort of game, then that would make sense, but I'm glad that I can just like, you know, just bind the textures once and just leave it alone. So that does that. I'm not sure, this is just completely, this doesn't need to happen because this happens within there, I think. Yeah, this happens within this function. Okay, so then we disable cold face and then we go into the composite pass, which composites, no, this is just a misnamed FBO. I should probably change this. This should be water FBO, not composite FBO, because that's what this is. It just draws the water to a different FBO so that we can do the transparency. That's why it needs to be on a different FBO, because it reads from the main FBO to do it. It was called composite for a reason, but then I repurposed it. What did I say? I'm not sure what you're talking about there. So yeah, I'm not sure about fragmented sharding. I have no clue what a hash ring is. I know about hash tables, but a hash ring sounds, you know, sounds pretty crazy. Yeah, I should probably rename this. If I'm cleaning up the code base now, I should probably just name this water FBO. Oh no, you don't want to. You don't want to do that because it's called the FBO texture for that is called composite texture. So I'm not. We already have a water texture and that's something else. So I'm just gonna keep them the same name because that just makes sense. That just makes a lot of sense. I think we use the same VAO. No, we use the water stuff. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, I mean this file is already pretty clean, so I don't really think we have to worry about it. What is all of this? Okay, so you don't want to delete this. What is this? This reads out from node counter and we memcopy and unmap it. I don't remember what that is. P spawn count. Okay. Yeah, that's completely useless. You are? What do you mean, stupid? Sorry, I guess. That is probably why I'm here. It's because I'm stupid. I think I renamed something, so this is why this isn't gonna work. Okay, so I'm just gonna deal with this later. This is all Bloom stuff. This is all post-processing stuff that isn't really necessary. I'm just gonna deal with that later because this stuff, I mean, technically the Bloom works fine. The history is like kind of TAA, or I need TAA rather to do it, but yeah. What this does is it's a 2-pass blur. You know, the typical a 2-pass Bloom with the separable like two direction blurs. But I tried this history thing. It's like kind of a moving average of the actual texture, and it didn't really work out well. It just smudged. So we're just gonna leave that there. Okay. Right, and that here we bind this. So this is just a bunch of useless nonsense. Yeah, so we can get rid of that. And so this is going to be the post-processing pass. You know that feeling where you got a core part of a very exciting feature in? Yeah, when it takes a while to integrate it into the rest of the stuff, that's the pain. Once you actually figure something out, and then you have to spend like a day trying to figure out how to connect it to everything. Yeah, I totally get it. This goes on the default FBO. Really? I don't have another pass? I guess it just post processes straight to the end. Okay, got it. Got it. And then this should use main, right? Strange that it doesn't actually. Where do I bind the VAO and VBO for? I bind water VAO here, and then I don't bind one later. That's confusing. Unless I'm blind. I'm just gonna say that it's main. Maybe I'm just like not seeing it, but it's definitely has to use the quad vertices, so I don't know why it's not. I've had this Ray Marcher open for hours messing. the heat is crazy. Yeah, it does seem pretty intense. It's very cool though. It is very cool though. Okay, I mean, some of it's formatted better than some other parts of it, but that's alright. Alright, so that's the main thing. And then the full screen shader we don't do anymore because there's no reason for it. There is no reason for it. Okay. So OMP, we don't actually use OMP anymore. I'm not sure why. I don't think that we have anything on the CPU that can actually be multi-threaded like that. It just kind of worked out that way, so that's fine. Yeah, I've got a lot of junk here. I've got a lot of like hard-coded junk that was all testing stuff. Like none of this stuff is necessary to have here. This is actually, or wait, hold on a second. We do have something that I need to do. Yeah, so this, you need to have a sim step beforehand, but we commented out all the sim step stuff just for now. The reason why we did wait, hold on a second. What? The reason why we did is because okay, well my other monitor is bugged, so I can't even fix it, but this file com2.comp has this weird underscore thing under it, and I don't know why it has that, but this is the reason why it broke. See, this is why. What do I think? Who's gonna win the World Cup? I'm completely out of the loop with it. I'm completely out of the loop with it. Yeah, my other monitor is broken, so I can't even get to it. Yeah, it can't find this file, so it doesn't let me save it. So I'm thinking that I just brute force it and I just actually copy it into another file. I don't know, it just got fucked up somehow. Like, what? We're so back. Why did I take a break? I just got in a bad mood. You know what I mean? We're just going to call it com22.comp at this point, because it's just completely broken for whatever reason. I just took a break because I just got in kind of a bad mood and I didn't want to stream while I'm in a bad mood. And so today I kind of felt like I was in a fine mood, and then I just decided to go live. It's not the first break that I've taken. I've taken 2 significant breaks before for like a month. Sometimes I just need to, need to give it a break. Let me see if this, if I can actually compile the shaders. That's the problem, is that it kept on not finding com2.comp just because of these 2 underscores for whatever reason. Okay, let's see if it I've just been watching movies and playing games and stuff. So okay, so now we are rendering the particles. So that's what I wanted to see. So as you can see, I mean, so I kind of turned some stuff off. Oh, are we just... I did break some stuff. So now if we go into space, we just stop rendering. So I have to figure that out. Okay, so the sky is nice. Thanks. Thank you. But yeah, I've just been watching a lot of film, so that's cool. I went on my letterbox for the first time in like many years. And started writing some reviews for the stuff that I've been watching. So That's in my Discord. You can find the link to that if you want to follow me on Letterboxd or whatever. Because I plan on to just keep writing these sorts of reviews. I think something that I've been missing in life in general, since not being in college anymore, is like writing essays about like art and stuff. And so I think for now, I'm just going to keep doing that because it kind of puts me in a good mood and makes me kind of think critically about the stuff that I'm doing. I might also make a video about some films that I've been thinking about, but I'm not really sure if I'm going to do that. But I've been thinking about it. Haven't posted on it in a while. I'm doing good, Cheese. Yeah, I've had it for 10 years now, which is crazy. I think maybe 8 years or something, maybe 8. But yeah, I look back to like my first ratings or whatever, and I'm like, wow, I'm old. But yeah, I had to go back and change some ratings retroactively because for whatever reason, like 15-year-old me put like Deadpool at like 4 stars. Like that, what was wrong with that guy? Like that seriously is a 10 years ago me. Because I think that movie probably sucks ass. With IO like through JSON, because coding JSON shit is boring. It makes you feel like a drone. It's like web development. That's why, at least that's for me, the reason why. That is for me. Alrighty. So this was just testing stuff earlier. So this just initializes the atmosphere spherical mesh. That's very simple. This init stuff is pretty much these are kind of important to keep. They're for profiling. I also wanted to take a break because I took some time to like reset my tolerance to my ADHD medication. Was becoming like kind of a problem. It's like I was just tired all the time because like my body just got used to it to the point where I just at the end of like the streams that I was doing, I just was like 5 hours into it, I would just get like unbelievably zoned out. And so after that started happening, I was just like, I need to take some time to reset because like I don't like doing that. Like I don't like being here when I'm like zoned out because it's like it's not even like a sort of like embarrassment necessarily. It's just like kind of I'm just not really able to correctly talk. I'm setting my ID for hours staring at my screen. Yeah, it's usually fine, if I'm not like live or whatever, but when I'm live and I'm like that, it's just like a pretty miserable experience. So yeah, this is the meshing for the terrain. I turned it off just earlier when I was testing the frame rate. We can turn it on again. Okay. All of this stuff we can get rid of. That's just for testing. We were hard coding, creating some what do I use for docs? I use I'm just commenting. Just commenting stuff. Yeah, I am going to do the sim step stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's the way I get sometimes, so I totally get it. So here's where we query the stuff. I think I'm just gonna leave this because this is all like important kind of debug profiling information. We don't have to do any of this, and this update bodies thing is super old. We don't have to have a fence there. And this collision compute shitter was when we were doing the collision on the GPU, so obviously we don't need that anymore. All right. I'm just going to space this out. Okay. Okie dokie. Alright, that should be pretty much it. This I'm just going to keep because this is the debug printouts for stuff. I can make it a toggle for it, but I'm just not going to do that right now. I'm just not going to do that for now. Okay. We should make a cleanup function that just like deallocates stuff. But for now, I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, so that's like the easiest part of the cleanup for the code. Now is kind of the harder part. Also, I really do like this layout that I've been doing for the functions. I'm a big fan of it. What is this? I think the reason I touched this was because I was very scared that I needed it. Because I don't really remember how, like, what the calculation is here. I don't remember what the calculation is here, so I'm just not going to touch that. That's actually we have a copy of the code base. Like, we can just get rid of it. Okay. So init, I'm not going to touch init because it's way too much code to actually format it properly, and it is not like so important to understand the initialization stuff for all the textures and etc. It really, we don't need a, ideally we should like make this a bit better. I'm unsure why this is commented out. We still have our marching cubes as a thing. Where do I do that? Do I have more? Oh no, I put those into this init shaders function. So this isn't, we don't even use this anymore. Yeah. Thought of that earlier, using SDF for collisions. I actually do SDF collisions on the CPU. Yeah, I do. So the way I do it is that I generate it based on points in real time, right? So when I do like ray marching to do the collision stuff, I I sample the noise volumes and calculate the SDF at each point, and it's actually really fast. Um, so yeah, I'm not sure like how it would be like for multiple bodies. Like if you're doing like complex collision stuff with like multiple bodies that are both moving and stuff, you probably want to do like a bounding volume hierarchy on the GPU for sure, right? But just for like a simple solution, it's actually pretty fast on the CPU. But you do have to recreate the SDF on the CPU rather than on the GPU. So, but yeah, it's not bad. I can show you what that looks like if you wanna know what it looks like. It's in resolve collisions, I think. In check collision, I have find surface entry and hit ground, and these are both doing that. It takes in like a start, a point. I have to comment this out to figure it out, but basically what happens is we calculate the density at the start, and then we find the density normal, and then we just go in the direction of the normal. Oh no, we find the normal so that we know what to resolve against, and then we just do steps, right? And then we just find density normal at every time, and calculate the density to find if it's within the threshold. So that's basically what it is. Is that, we keep on going in the direction, and then just keep on calculating the density. So this is basically us just calculating the SDF at each point. It's surprisingly fast, but I don't know how fast your SDF function would be on the CPU, or how you would deal with it. But yeah. Yep. Man, it's a absolute pain in the ass to clean this stuff up. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, I should comment this file out. It's a lot though. It is a lot of stuff. That's a lot of work. That I just looked at that file and I just like got a headache. Holy shit. I don't remember what any of this code does. I mean, I can figure it out, but like this dir. Okay, so we have to go through arguments first. So cam pause, if I remember cam pause correctly, that's going to be the current cam position, right? And then this is proposed position. Then this one is going to be the starting position. Do we even use cam pause? No, we don't. Okay, yeah, that's why I was confused. Because we have start and we have the end. And then I was like, okay, so what's this then? That we don't use. We only use start and end. Okay, so I can get rid of that argument then. Earlier I went to bake the mesh at 0 on the sponsor model. 23K? Oh my god, that's insane. That is a very, very large amount. We should also put final after start. That just makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, Windows Terminal sucks. I was talking about it in the Discord. It fucking sucks so bad. It's given me a lot of pain recently. It was only a 1 megabyte file. Yeah, it must have been the most detailed 1 megabyte file of all time, though. That is crazy. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was doing this. Okay, so we check collision with the start position, the end position. We send a pointer for the thing that we're going to collide against, and then that's the pointer for the entrance position. Then the step is it's a Boolean and it's permanently false. Okay, that sounds incorrect. Maybe you... Okay, so that's useless. That is just that's completely useless. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Then we have D, which is the voxel size. Okay, so that makes sense. Then we have just a 0. Do I call check collision again? No, I don't. Okay, so that 0, probably we don't need it. And then the ground is the ground. And then actually it makes sense to have this here. And then planet radius is planet radius, which makes sense. It was mostly white pixels because there wasn't much in the mesh. It hardly looked better. 23K is insane. That's very large. That must take forever. I'm surprised that it's only 17 megabytes. That sounds really small. Sharding, fragmented shitter. Yeah, I think they were just joking. Yeah. To be honest, so I think it's voxel size that isn't necessary. I don't even think we need radius. Wait, this is fine surface entry. That's incorrect. This is the wrong thing. It is check collision. So get rid of step, get rid of axis. And that's that. Okay. I wonder why, if it's the same, if it's why would one take that much longer? Yeah, GL red, yeah. One channel is, yeah. Okay. And D is voxel size, I believe. And then this is ground. And then that's just self-explanatory. Less triangles. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's dependent on the resolution of the model, I guess, yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. So this D, when I call that is voxel size. It is voxel size, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have no clue how to, like, if I'm being completely honest, I have no clue how to... Also, you know what? I feel like, why don't you just pass in... Why don't you just pass in entrance to here? Like, why do we have this secondary step here? It doesn't make any sense. I feel like I'm going to compile this specifically, and then it's going to break. So, I'm just kind of getting that feeling. Just kind of getting that feeling. Let's compile it. Just so that I make sure that we're not completely breaking everything. Do a grid of groups of voxels against the triangles and store the affected indices on the voxels. I see. I see. Well, I don't really see, to be honest. I'm kind of stupid, but... Hmm. Yeah, that could be a thing. It's hard for me to think about it, to be honest. Yeah, see, like, when you move, it does get, like, more jittery. Also, the frame rate that you're seeing right now is not the real frame rate. That's just my capture card being kind of slow. Okay, so I was just checking the collision and make sure that I didn't break the collision. And it seems like I didn't. It is bumpy, but it was bumpy before. I need to change the values. Okay, seems fine. Yeah, man, I wish I, had a better capture card. That would be pretty sick. It's definitely the capture card, I think. It's either that or... Who knows? Who knows? If the quality is way too bad, then let me know. But I know that it's not ideal. The voxels hold the indices of the triangles inside them. Yeah, that's how my first terrain thing worked. To get the closest point on all the triangles. I see. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. That does make sense. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think because hmm. Wouldn't you be doing more work though if you don't get a hit immediately though? Maybe. Oh, right now you just test against all triangles. Oh shit. Yeah. I mean, like, why don't you just go spatially out from the center of the voxel? Why don't you just, do you just iterate in rings out to find the closest one, or do you just test against every triangle? Yeah. Now that I'm looking at everything that I have to do, I'm kind of like, yeah. Do I even use this epsilon? No. Do I use this R? No. Do I use this H? No. Oh, well, excellent. The idea is I'm searching in the boxes in the nearest box. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, in general, instead of just doing like hard coded group boxes, what you could is just like each voxel stores the triangles that exist within it, and then just iterate in rings going out from the center voxel. You know, like, you don't necessarily just have to have like buckets. You could just start from the center voxel and then go out in rings and just test as you go along, because then you're sure to have, to be searching the most relevant stuff first. Whereas if you have like an arbitrarily sized box, then you might be searching against, you know irrelevant stuff depending on what your radius is. That's at least what I'm thinking. But maybe I don't know what it is, since I don't know the complexity. You know, scale is useless. The fail is useless because we do a hard coded thing. It used to be a failsafe thing because it used to be a while loop. Scanning rigs from the point out could do less setting the closest variables. What do you mean? I still need to test all the boxes. The boxes are just cheaper than Yeah, yeah, it's definitely cheaper than every triangle. Yeah, it's definitely cheaper than every triangle. But I was just saying that, you know, let's say you have a box that with a radius of 2, right? What if you're, you know, you're in the center of the box and then it's, you know, you're actually the closest point is found on a triangle that's within the first ring, right? But because of the ordering of the box, you end up searching the stuff in the second ring first, which doesn't make sense because it's not the closest to the point. Do you get what I'm saying? That's just what I'm thinking in my head. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. That makes sense. Yeah, it's something. I mean, it's. I think it's actually simpler than implementing the boxes because, you know, you just do it during the loop. It's just kind of like a, you know, and I think it's even easier to do than the boxes. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty simple. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother like commenting all of this. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. The painful thing that I'm going to need to do is actually this shit, commenting out the load chunks function. This one's the big one. This one's the big kahuna because I don't even understand what that shit is doing anymore, to be honest. I lost that a long time ago. Yeah, this function is like probably one of the biggest functions in terms of functionality that I've ever made, and I should really split it up. It doesn't really matter. Like splitting it up would just be purely visual, because it's all connected and it's only called once. So there's literally no need to push it into different functions other than pointless abstraction. But yeah, it is a fucking massive function. I'm just making everything follow the same. Yeah, I am thinking that maybe I settle down and I make a game. Um, I kind of need to make it so that there's not a heavy reliance on modeling or anything that I need to actually, you know, spend a lot of time learning how to do. I think I had that idea for this game that plays itself, And I'm, now I'm kind of like thinking like, I think I actually cooked on that idea a little bit. I think you would have to do it in a way where it actually had gameplay, right? Like you can't just write a game that just that doesn't have any gameplay. Like that's not fun. But like if you wrote something that like took kind of the qualms of being in like a brain rotted society, I feel like it could be fun to do. Get it now? You want to set a spheres that go from the point to the node bounds. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You can stop searching further. Yeah, exactly. Because it's always going to be the most relevant stuff closest, I'm guessing I would, before any of those loops, store the affected indices inside the rings that you can test only inside the ring. Yeah. 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 I mean, the way I'm thinking about it is like if you have like if you are within like a grid of voxels, you can do that immediately. Like, so you just start from a corner and then you just work in a cube, I guess, around, and each voxel has within it, the triangles that are within it. So, and then you keep a dirty list of the indices of triangles that you've already searched. I guess like it might technically be faster depending on how many triangles you have. It could make sense to have the cached like indices that you're talking about so that you never duplicate, right? But depending on how many triangles it is, it might be faster to do like manually, because if you, well, actually no, you're right. No, yeah, you should cache it in a ring. Because yeah. You should cache it in a ring. Because you always need to search a full ring before. Yeah, you always need to search a full ring before moving onward. So yeah. Yeah, caching the chunks would be the thing. But then it's tough because if you move to the next one, then it's in a different cube. It's in a different ring. So that is difficult. Like, I think, like, algorithm-wise, if you want to do it, like, the fastest way, right? You would... Yeah, you would need a box. You would need boxes per voxel, right? Because each voxel is only the center of its own ring, So that does, introduce a level of complexity. I don't have any way to draw out what I'm actually talking about here, but I think you get what I'm saying, where it's like if you have a voxel that you're trying to find the closest point to it, you need to search in a perfect ring around it, right? And so if you get finished with that one and then you move on to the next one next to it, it needs a different ring. It needs a different cube around it. The box group only has to be the calculated one. I'm calling the boxes voxels. I'm testing triangles. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Both algos together. Yeah. Yeah, it's just hard because once you get to the edges of boxes, then you're just going to have to combine two boxes. At least the way that I am thinking of it. I wish I could draw it out, but yeah, once you get to the side of a box, right, you're gonna need to check the neighboring box because it might be closer than stuff that's in your box. That's what I'm saying, right? So yeah. That's why I probably would just do it the manual way and just like just go through a neighboring cube. The triangle is small enough, then the boxes are also slower. Yeah, I think that the most extendable like way that makes sense is probably just the rings because the rings are guaranteed to work. The only downside to the rings is that you need a way to make sure that you aren't checking the same triangles twice. That's the only downside to the rings, is that you're gonna search a lot of redundant triangles. And so if you have a ton of triangles, it's pretty bad because now you have to keep a list of indices that you've already checked. So let's say for one voxel, you have like within the ring around it, the 3D cube around it, it's like 1,000 triangles, something massive. Then, there's like a level of complexity there because you have 27 steps for each ring. And if there's about 1,000 in each one, then you end up testing against, 1,000 points that you've already done. Better to have the optimization. Yeah. Yeah, I'd argue that the rings are probably faster, but you would need to keep an array. You would just have an array for each voxel that you're starting to test. You just have a blank array that you just push into indices that you've already checked and then check, hey, have I checked this triangle already? That's the way you would do it, but yeah, it is kind of... I do think that but who knows? Who actually knows? It's just you need new rings every texel, so I think box plus ring. I guess I'm not really sure what the box would add though if you're doing the rings. The overhead of the small try or box count doesn't matter if you have a fuck ton. I guess. I mean, the way that I'm thinking about it is like you're gonna have to check the ring, right? Like you're guaranteed to have to check the ring. The only advantage that the box cuts down on the triangles that you have to walk through drastically. Not necessarily, because with the rings you're always going to keep a moving index list, right? So let's say you step into a new voxel, right? You step into a new voxel, you need to find the closest point. Now you just keep a list of each triangle that you check, so you don't check the same triangle twice. Do you get what I'm saying? So you're never gonna hit a duplicate triangle. The only downside is that this is, a linear list that you're keeping that you have to check through every time. And so if you have to check 1,000 integers against, 1,000 integers, it's just slow if we're talking about, doing, a large amount of voxels, right? I mean, maybe you're talking about baking, so it doesn't matter, but I'm just saying that it's slow to check a linear list of integers once you're moving through it, right? So that's the only downside to the list. You're never gonna check a triangle twice, but because you keep that list, that working list of stuff, but it will be slow. But I think it's definitely the better option. But I don't see the benefit to having boxes and rings, because then they kind of like cancel each other out, I guess. But maybe I don't understand the problem necessarily. You said that you were trying to find the closest point. So that's just what I was thinking, to find the closest point. Maybe I'm dumb though. Maybe I'm dumb though. It's not dupes, it's the amount of triangles I have to test that I haven't hit already, or calculating which rings belong to which triangles each pixel in the volume. Right. The way that I'm saying it, right? So we have a 3D volume of voxels. Each voxel has the indices of all of the triangles that intersect with that voxel, right? So that's how I understood the problem, right? This is how I had my static geometry in my game engine, was you just have voxels with the indices to each triangle that intersects that voxel, right? And so let's say you need to find the closest point on a triangle with, from the center of one voxel, right? So that's how I took the problem. You just want to look around the ring, the closest 27 voxels, because those are guaranteed. The box groups are what you're calling voxels. Oh, okay, yeah. So I was just, okay, yeah. So that's what I was talking about with the voxel, was just that. Maybe I didn't understand that. I thought that by box groups you were talking about like just a box of the voxels. I thought that was the thing. That's why I said when you're on the side of a box, then you would have to check two boxes. So that's what I meant. But yeah. How cursed is what I'm doing right now? Holy shit, what the fuck am I doing? What the hell is wrong with me? Yeah, I was calling voxels what you were calling boxes, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you were right. The boxes and ring is the way to go. I was saying that I was just calling them voxels, right? You start on a voxel and then you just search in the cube around it, which, you know, I was saying those voxels have indices to the triangles, yeah. So it's the same thing, yeah. Do I really want to do this? Oh my god. Do I really want to do that? That sounds awful. That just sounds awful. Oh man. It looks beautiful though. It's a init water. It's a function that does nothing. How do you define the rings? Do you just calculate the max distance from the center to the furthest point of the ABB? I was literally just saying a cube. Like, so if we're calling them boxes, right? A box has just a cube of boxes around it. Just, you know, you just search through all of those boxes at once. Because it's going to be equidistant, you know? You need to search a full ring, a full 3D cube ring to make sure that you have the closest point. So it's just a cube. No, yeah, it's just a cube. I said ring just to, you know, have the visualization of just going around it. But yeah, it has to be a cube. Because each box just has the indices, right? So you're just going to search through all the boxes that are neighboring. And then if you don't find one, then you go to the next one. Just go to the next one. We can get rid of all of this. It's just like old stuff that I was trying out back then. Apply equal density and noise calculations to density.comp. Just to give the reference of where the formulas come from. To wrap the noise textures and match How much more effective spheres are? I mean, yeah, it would be worse on edges, but the memory footprint and the setup for spheres would be way harder. If you have boxes with all of the indices inside of them, then you don't have to do any extra work. You just literally have to search through the neighboring 27 boxes. Like, when you have... If you were doing exactly a sphere, for each box, you would have to pre-calculate spherical rings out of all of the indices that fall within it. Be incredibly complicated and incredibly slow, I think, to walk a sphere. Especially if you have to do a second sphere walk after the first one. Be like very expensive. Yeah. Maybe I'm not thinking about it properly. Box versus sphere for the ring. Yeah, but the ring is just boxes. The ring is just boxes. That's why it's effective. You're just searching a 3D grid of boxes. Exclude the indices in the prior sphere. What do you mean? What do you mean? I might reuse these comments. They're kind of relevant. Thought what you meant by ring is some sort of box or sphere that starts at the point and bridges out. No, what I mean... So... Okay, so... I thought what you're trying to do is you're trying to find the closest point to the center of each voxel. Right? Okay. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about. I don't know why this is broken, but we're just gonna roll with it. I already have an idea of something. I'm not sure it's what you're talking about, but I like my idea. The texel is the picture on the texture 3D. Yeah, so it's just a cube, right? It's just a cube. Okay, but this cube is just within a cube of cubes. It's just in a cube of cubes. Right? It's just within a cube of cubes. I know it's not a Picasso. Okay? But let's say, so you're in this cube, right? And you have this cube of cubes around you. Okay? So you're just trying to find the closest point on the triangle, right? And you have all of the indices in this cube, right? To all the triangles that are in this cube. You search this cube first, and then if you don't find one point here, you just go through all of the cubes that are here, right? You just go through all of these cubes. And then if you don't find one here, then you just go through the cube out of that. So it's just concentric rings, right? You know, the reason why this is effective is because all you have to do to set this up is every single texel, you just store the triangles that are inside of every single texel beforehand, and now you're just comparing because you already have them in a grid. So once you're in the center texel, you already know what triangles are in the boxes neighboring. So you're just comparing to these outward. So that's what I meant by ring. It's just a cube around the cube, right? But yeah, that's what I was saying. I would love for you to just do that. Thank you. Yeah. But that's pretty much as clear as I can explain it. I don't know if I'm missing the problem, but I do think that it's kind of the correct solution. I don't know. Unless there's, something I'm missing. Do 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 do. This is a pretty important function. This that's all this does. Do I even use this? I do. I'm going to keep the timers in here, just in case I need them later. Sent you the two you were picturing? Okay. Yeah, I'll try to take a look at them later. I don't know if I have the correct idea about it. Bias the rings from the point towards the center of the volume. And use the volume's corners to make sure everything fits. Yeah, I don't know. I think we've got the two different ideas. I don't know. All I mean by rings is that you're just checking the the boxes that are neighboring, you know? That's all, just in a perfect cube around it, you know? Nothing fancy. I don't know. I don't really, get the I don't know. Maybe I've got a different idea of what the problem is. I don't really understand it. You kind of wish that you could do that. Yeah, there we go. Hey, if I want to follow your vids and then, I don't know, C++, I just know some leak code, some web dev like Next.js and Flutter, where should I start? From my live streams? I'm not sure if it's necessarily like some sort of tutorial based content really. I don't really think my streams would probably be good for like learning a language. Like to learn C++, I wouldn't argue that my streams are really for that purpose, and there's probably like a lot of better resources for learning a language. If you want to learn about like graphics programming, chess engines, that sort of thing, like I have those specific pure tutorials out there. But for learning a language, I think I don't really, cover necessarily like here's how you do this or here's how you do that or here's how we do a hash map or whatever. It's more like higher level concepts like how do we create like a terrain chunking system? How do we create doing FFTs on the GPU? How do we do particle simulations of the GPU, right? Like it's more like higher level stuff, I guess, that it's more like less teaching how to like do language stuff rather, but yeah. Get the ring idea. I'm just thinking of how you can get more out of it. Yeah, but how are you gonna figure out what's inside of the ring? That's the thing. Because if you're now having to do like calculations based on, you know, if a triangle can fit inside of a circular volume, then it's just going to be slow automatically. So that's like the whole like point of the ring, is that you already have the data to figure out what's inside of the cube because you already have the boxes, right? So that's what I don't get with your idea to like bias it or whatever, is that this just sounds like it's gonna be really slow. At least like from what I can understand from the problem, you know? But once again, maybe we have two completely different ideas. Rings use the cubes already. That's not what I'm getting at. What is like my basic high level concept vid? Oh, that I should come and see these concept videos. What was my high basic? I think the chess engine one probably. I mean, at the end of the day, the chess engine thing is to help people make a chess engine. You know, like the concepts, but it covers recursion and stuff like that. I think that that's the most basic one because I talk about like the basics of C at the start of it. But I don't really, other than that, I can't really think of anything. You know, it's especially like the devlogs for the game engine and stuff is like already super high level concepts. It's just like me talking about like, oh, I solved this problem like in this sort of way or whatever. Yeah. For the streams, like the stuff that I did, like my UI system, those streams are probably, I don't know. But then again, those aren't like tutorial content. It's me just kind of like bashing my head into the wall for like 10 hours straight trying to figure out how to do UI events in, just just play and see. Like it's pretty painful, you know. The point is near an edge of the volume. Each ring has a higher amount of area not populated with boxes, which means we walk through more rings. Okay. So what you're saying is that boxes are not uniformly distributed. Is that what you're saying? That's what you're saying? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you can join the Discord and ask any questions, you know. I'm always uh talking in there. It's usually the best way. Um doesn't matter if those rings are spheres or ABBs themselves. I just want to nudge them every ring more towards the center of the volume. So more of the ring's area has more boxes while still being within the distance of the point. So, okay. So are you saying that? Are you saying that the? I don't know. Okay, so is every box? Okay, is every box equidistant from one another? Is that the world that we're living in? Because I thought that that was the world that we were living in, right? I don't know if this is real anymore. Calculate density. Boxes are dense, not uniform. Okay, so that was the thing. Okay, so that was the thing. What I drew, right, was we just simply have an array of boxes, right? So I just thought that they were next to each other and we had just boxes, you know. But you're saying that the boxes are not uniform. The point could be anywhere in the volume. Okay, see, so this was so I so this is what so I thought that we were just at the center of a box, right? They are uniform and dense. Wait, what? Okay, so they're uniform. So it's just uniform boxes throughout the volume. But you're saying that the point could be anywhere within the box. That's what you're saying. We're not starting from the center. It's the same size. Okay, so it's just boxes. Okay. But you're saying that the point could be anywhere within the box, not in the center. Right, right, right. Okay, so this was absolutely necessary information. This changes things. Yes, you do want to be biasing the rings because they have to come out from the point rather than from the center of the box. Yeah. Yeah. You want to go based on the center of the go from the point outwards to figure out what boxes you check. Yes. See, I thought that we were starting from the center of the box. But if we're starting from arbitrary points, then yeah, you have to go out by a certain radius from the point and then just check the boxes that are within that radius. Yeah. Yeah. But the tricky thing is that you got to make sure that it's equidistant around the point because you're trying to find the closest point. And if you bias it in any direction, then you might miss the point in the other direction. See, I don't think that you can do that. Unless the math doesn't need to be the exact closest point, because then you're just going to be you might miss the point because now it's outside of the ring because you biased it slightly the other direction, right? You might just simply miss it. The ring and the box are just a search algorithm. I get that completely. But the idea is that you stop early, right? That's the point, right? If you can search the closest ring, right? you are, you know, you're always going to be sure that it's within that ring, right? So you're searching the closest, you know. But now if you start biasing it, then that's not the true closest point, because the point might there might be a closer point outside of the ring on the other end that you biased it off of. Do you get what I'm saying? I get that it's a cube, the volume. Yes, you don't want to be searching, you know. Yes, once you hit the edge of the volume, you can of course search, you know, you don't want to just like go to waste, right? But, you know, biasing it towards the center just because, you know, otherwise would cause some problems. That would cause some problems. The search algo with the biasing could work well in some applications. Yeah, like in the model with the serpent that you're doing right now, like that would make sense because it would be faster to search things near the center, right? Because there's just more stuff at the center. But like mathematically speaking, if you're trying to find the closest point on more complex models, then you could miss points just because you're biasing it in the other direction, you know. Could I add it as an optional toggle and also do one that biases away? Yeah, I'm not sure what the algorithm is achieving. If it like makes a different visual look, then it's possible that that just makes a lot of sense to have in general. Like I don't really know what the purpose of it was in the first place, but yeah, you could definitely do that, of course, you know, like that's completely up to you on the application wise. The only reason I was saying that was just because if it's you know, just if like we're talking about solving the problem, right? Then that would make sense. Fuck. No, you piece of shit. Me and this dumb fucking bullshit, man. You just wish that this wasn't the case, but you actually do have to, you know, if we're talking about like getting this to the correct. There you go, right? Kind of does look sketchy. Get it now, I guess. I thought that when scanning millions of triangles or giant areas, cutting down. Yeah. I mean, it would definitely amount. It would definitely like depend on. Also, you could just mass grid to wait to buy to. I don't know about that. Here's what I'm thinking. Just like, it's going to be efficient already if there aren't a lot of triangles because you have the boxes. Okay? So once you're checking within the ring and you get to a new box, you can just check, hey, are there any triangles in this box? You know what I mean? So you already have this bias actually just built in because you already have indexed all the triangles and know where all of them are. So you're never going to search empty, you're not never going to waste time in empty areas because you already know that there's no triangles there based on your grid. Do you get what I'm saying? So I don't think you have to worry about that, to be honest. I think that the algorithm kind of handles it already. You feel me? Free current parent versus free parent. What the fuck does this do? Free current parent? Oh, freeze the... The issue is that if you bias that area more towards the center, you need less rings. Yeah, that does make it imperfect, yeah. Sending multiple rings? Yeah, I think... Okay, so, I mean, if you... Okay, so now we're getting really theoretical here. But if you want to do this the absolute fastest way... Yes, you could just do 8 threads, each doing a ring. So, yes, we could do this. You could do that, definitely. If that's on the CPU, if you want to do this on the GPU, right? So the absolute fastest way to do this, right? Here's the absolute fastest way to do this. You just parallelize it on the GPU, and so, you just have many threads at once searching individual texels. That's how you should do it, right? Is that you just generate it on the heat map of density. Yeah, I mean... That would be cool. But you are, yeah. It'd be less imperfections, but at this point, yeah, no. The absolute fastest way to do this, like I said, is to just parallelize it on the GPU and just do perfect circles. I think that would be the absolute fastest way. Am I cooking? Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. That's fucking stupid. That is so stupid. What if I want to shoot biased rings at things? In-game enemy blobs that splits biases towards this. See, now you're talking. Like, what if we, instead of making SDFs for a fucking stupid thing, what if we just made it a video game? Exactly. That's the correct idea. Let's just make it a video game instead of, you know? That's the way to go. Reminds me of how I thought of world grids, global wind direction fallback in the chunk. That's crazy. Wind grids? Oh, you said wind grids, not world grids. Wind grids? That's insane. Alright, we made it into the fucked up part. I was dreading this part. We were having such a jolly old time before we got to this point, because now I have to actually figure out what this does. The rest of it was just janitor work, and now this is the real shit, man. You could split it with a crack edit, and then do something to split the parts of the crack. I don't know what a crack edit is. Wind grids hold the wind normal. Blended from neighbors is the global chunk when it's a fallback. I've never heard of anybody do wind like that. Well, I don't know how they do wind at all, but I guess that makes a lot of sense. Man, simulating wind like that must be expensive, though. Can you please work with me here? No, 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 I misclicked. You just really what you want to do is you want to do one of the... No. You can just do that. I don't know why I was trying to select the word. You can just do that. I don't know what the fuck my problem is. I'm so stupid. Welcome back, bud. What's up? Is this for a lot of terrain type thing? It is, sort of. This is a chunk-based, like, system, like terrain generation system that happens in real time. I've already written it, but now I'm cleaning the code up. It's kind of really crazy and overkill, but I kind of wrote myself into a hole with it. I should be like doing more like pre-generating and then like caching stuff, but I do it really all in real time, which, you know, stalling the GPU to read it back and stuff like that every frame is kind of expensive, but it exists. I can show it to you. Glad to say I've started using Helix. That's awesome. Yeah, I love Helix. It is pretty sick. Yeah, don't mind the skirts. I have to fix the stupid skirts. The skirts are supposed to... They don't work. But what they were supposed to do is make it so that you can't see between them. But, I mean, they kind of work, but also not really. But, anyway, it's a real time, so you can see the chunks pop in and out. That's the idea, and you can go like infinitely. The problem is just, you know, performance issues, to be honest, because of you know, how expensive they can get. Could definitely, you know, do it you know, a less expensive way. The reason why this is so expensive, you may just think like, oh yeah, this is just like regular terrain, but you can do like crazy things with it, so that's kind of like the cool part of like having all of the ability to do like, you know, whatever with it. I have this set to such a low amount that it's not actually changing anything. Yeah, if you get rid of the water, then it would look pretty bumpy down here. So you can make like crazy terrain like this, which obviously is, you know, not great for walking on, but you know, the idea is there. The idea is there. Yeah, I think that this is actually the FBM frequency that's doing that. Yeah, you can do some fucked up things. Anyway, it's like a scaling thing. Basically, what I'm doing right now is I'm editing the noise volume that it uses to generate it. So, you know, and then the amplitude of like how effective it is. But, you know, the idea is that it's just like a generation machine, so that you can like generate planets to walk around on and all that. I have a lot to read here. Blend from the outside to the inside. From the edges of mass into the corner. Spawn runs to avoid mass wind forces inside pockets. The SDK crack thing? Takes a crack 3D noise pattern out of the SDF. I don't know what SDK crack or SDF crack is actually. I don't know what that is. That's above my my caliber. Yeah, the chunk system used to be a lot more consistent. I think us messing with it has messed it up a bit, for sure. So I should take a look at it again. We debugged it extensively again and again and again, and never got it completely right, which sucks, to be honest. But when you're free, could you walk me through my Helix setup? For now, I'm just using the bare bones version you get after downloading. Can't figure out how to get it to work like an IDE. Well, mine doesn't really work like an IDE either, to be like completely honest. It's kind of impossible to get that experience from Helix. Like, I don't have debugger, you know, in it. When I need to use a debugger, I use GDB. But that's kind of the downside of it, is that it can't really be an IDE. But I can run you through like the basics of how I have it set up. Sure. This is my config. It's pretty much simple. The only, important thing really is you need I think soft wrapping doesn't come by default. And I like to see where it is, because I don't like, when it's created sketchy stuff. Auto pairs, I don't use auto pairs for parentheses, because I find that fucking really annoying. For mouse, true, to have the mouse on, that's very important. Mouse is important. It's kind of like an egotistical thing to not have mouse control. Like, it's very useful. Buffer line always is important. Without this doesn't appear, which makes it really fucking impossible for you to move around. Color modes is important because, well, it's not going to show it like here, but this is a color mode, I think. So that's cool. I have this thing instead of the usual normal thing. I just find it a lot more pleasing. Like, without it, it's this, right? Oh, this is it changed my theme because I had a different theme on. Well, that's unfortunate, but so that's pretty much it. I don't have like a ton of things. I don't like inlay hints. That's a big thing. Fuck inlay hints. If you have inlay hints, like, inside of your line when you're typing, I don't know how you function as a programmer. It's like crazy intrusive, bro. Other than that, pretty simple. I've Alt Tab for buffer previous, except it doesn't work on Windows because it's obviously Alt Tab but whatever. Yeah, I just copied it from my Linux thing, and that's pretty much it. The only thing that's like, for example, my themes are like specifically like take advantage of different like things within here, like, the different colors and all of that. So if you want to do that, then you have to like go into your themes, files themselves and like do that. I can run you through that, but I'd have to actually like go to the folder, and that's kind of a pain in the ass. So a lot of like the customization things are within the themes. But yeah, that's my configuration. It's pretty simple. I mean, it's nothing crazy. Wind emitter object sandbox game. Blow wind into a spiral you dug into the side of a mountain. You can generate noise that cracks. Yeah, that would be crazy. In SDF, you're describing an SDF like voxel. I don't know. Maybe not voxel, but destructible, interactable SDF world. That's crazy. What am I using for planets, rivers, quad trees? No. Well, when you're talking about like particles, right? We have a linear bounding volume hierarchy. That's how we do um, the walk the tree to do mass calculations for the gravity and stuff like that. So that would be the structure for that. But for water and chunks, we don't have any sort of structure like that. No. There's not really a reason to, because our chunks are all squares, or cube based for doing the meshing. And for the water is generated in real time, so it's not. There's no reason to have any sort of acceleration structure. Coming from NeoVim, and the silly part is I just copy and pasted everything from VS Code to Vim, and all that back and forth. Yeah, I think it's a bit different because you don't have, I think in NeoVim you probably have more like of an IDE sort of thing. But for me, all I do is I just keep a terminal open while I have Helix open, and I just go back and forth, and so if I need a GDB something, I can do it here, right? But yeah, what if you like weld the air conditioner wall together? That sounds like a crazy simulation. Rendering that would be a trip. That would be hard. That would be very hard. Yeah, this isn't necessary anymore. And this was when we were trying to do like unsynchronized bit. I don't really remember what that is for, but it's not in use anymore, obviously. Crazy people idea, yeah. It's funny, we were talking about I saw Brazil with my sister, the Terry Gilliam movie, and I was talking about like Guile and Deluge, and like how this is basically the schizophrenic that exists without the realm of semiotic reasoning or whatever, and this is basically just that. It's like an interesting thing that has become a trope, right? But it's like this thing that mirrors actual philosophy, which is that like Brazil mentioned. Yeah, not that Brazil. The movie Brazil, unfortunately. I don't really know much about Brazil, the place, unfortunately. The movie has nothing to do with Brazil. Anyway, I'm just trying to figure out if I actually need this. I don't think I do. Alright, so let's explain what this is doing. So this copies old chunk emissions into a back buffer. So that's that. And then swaps the chunk data to the back buffer. Vertex counts. Backward. Could you simulate steam particles, pressure, where you could dig things out in the right way to make machines? What do you mean by dig things out in the right way? used to really like this theme. This is my own theme. I don't know if I like it anymore though. I'm not gonna lie. It's just a bit too it's a bit too calm for me. It's a bit too calm. It's a bit too calm, you know? But I'm kind of in between themes right now. Like, I kind of don't know what theme to use anymore. This forest one was an old one that I made too. And it's, once again, it's too chill. Like, it's just too, it's like, how am I supposed to focus on coding when it's like putting me to sleep? You know what I mean? It's hard. It's hard to find a good theme. I think I just need to make a new one. I think, so here's my thing with themes. I think they have to be a little bit ugly. That's just truth, right? If you have a theme that's just like, oh, too pleasing, like it's like your eyes don't read the code. Like this, the orange is hideous, but I can read it, you know? The fire heats the SDF bottom up through a brick map, which the neighboring SDF reference that brick map and turn it into steam particles. Are you high? The fire heats as I feel like you're just describing semi-Lagrangian advection or whatever. I feel like the way you do this is not with SDFs, unfortunately. I think that the way you do this is just with a spatial either voxels or particles, you know. I just feel like this is not the play for an SDF, not gonna lie. Not to kill the SDF vibe here. And this what this does is it tries to see which way our camera is moving in so that we load chunks before we see them. That one's pretty self-explanatory, right? What this did is that it empty 0 cache when maximum is reached. I don't have that implemented, but I should probably re-implement that better eventually. You know. No, the SDF is what's holding the liquid. The brick map holds the heat value. And the liquid inside the SDF can look it up and spawn particles. Right. I get that. Okay, that makes sense. That does make sense. So you're just talking about a volume. Got it. I'm not sure if this is used anywhere. It is apparently used somewhere. Where is this used? Oh. Right, because we were going to use this for some reason for that. We don't actually do that, but... What is replacement mask? This is the mask of chunks that are going to be replaced during the frame. What if particles had enough force to lift certain materials? That's just, don't that have that in, like, Noida or something? I never played that shit. I'm sure actually, I did play it, I'm lying, for like 10 minutes, and then I was like, okay, this is boring. Maybe I would have liked it if I kept playing it, but I was just like, oh, this is like, not fun. It gave me the same vibe as, like, Spelunky. Who remembers Spelunky? I just don't like the genre of games. I think I've just learned that it's not for me. The cave-based exploration genre just doesn't do it with me. It's just, I don't know. I'm kind of like a roguelike fan. Like, I do like, oh, let's do a new run, you know, like that sort of thing. But with Noida, it just really, like, the gameplay just felt sort of random. I don't know. Which I don't like that, to be honest. Right, yeah, we got rid of this, I think. Now, what type of supercomputer would you need? I feel like you could do it cheap. You would have to fake the math, though. You know, you'd have to I've only been here for 2.5 hours. How the fuck did I used to do this for like 10 hours? That's crazy. I went to a talk by the Noida guy. Yeah, he's cool. He's probably cool. Yeah, I would never know how to make a game like that. So it's definitely pretty cool. What does this do? I don't want to touch any of this. I don't know what. Okay, let's try to figure out what this does. Okay, so if we. Okay, so. Our camera isn't found within a chunk we have generated. We start at the bottom left voxel in the cube and center based on our camera position. Okay, that's kind of complicated to explain. Basically, we look in the hash map to find if we have a chunk already at our position. And if we don't have one, then we need to center around that. Center around our camera position rather than the chunk. Otherwise, we can center around the chunk, and it's complicated. I'm not gonna lie. We can explain this better though. Start is the moving position. Start is the bottom left chunk in the cube that we are iterating through. Center is the center. That one's obvious. Check for we have a chunk houses the camera. All right, cool. I don't know if this min offset max offset actually matters. apparently does. Okay, we just add them later. Alright, that's chill. For Noda, he made crayon physics. Crayon physics. That is pretty crazy. That's cool. That is sick. Paint physics with every speck of paint simulated. They basically have that. Like, I saw this game that's like the pineapple simulator or whatever, where you're just like a pineapple on the beach. Have you seen that? Or a coconut? You're a coconut on the beach. And that's the whole game, is just there's no controls. You just sit there and you just watch the waves. And that's the game. Have you seen that? I feel like that's the same sort of thing. Just literally watching paint dry. Yo, what's up, James? That's pretty existential, you know what I mean? I feel like that could have a, you know, you could get all pretentious with it for sure, you know. Alright, must admit we don't use. And the skip list we don't use. I'm gonna get rid of it. We already got a lot of stack space that's, you know, that's not in use, that's already in use, so I feel like we could just be free to get rid of it. I don't know about AI count. AI count starts at 0 and ends at 0 because we don't use AI here. That's the thing. That's not like a correct sentence really, but I'm just going based on vibe. Game where you tie your winch from your car onto the support of people's verandas and homes. Yeah, so that's just tear down. That is just tear down. That is just literally tear down. There was an idea to Yeah, that's what so actually the game that I have been thinking about making is a game where you aren't allowed to play the game and it's playing it for you slightly incorrectly, but you just have to watch. It's going to be a 3D game, I think, where the person controlling you is interacting with things, solving puzzles, picking up notes, reading them, you know, doing everything for you in a predetermined way. What you have to do is stop yourself from dying. Right? Like, that's your job. Is you're going to have a black monster behind you at all times that is talking to you and trying to convince you to die, right? And so what you have to do is you have to keep turning around and talking to him. you're also going to have robots following you that are trying to convince you to do things that you don't want to do. And the whole point of the game is for it to mimic real life. You aren't really supposed to live your life anymore. You get a job at Target or whatever. And then the rest of your life is just fucking trying to not be depressed. At least that's how I feel it for me, right? So just kind of trying to channel that into a game that's 9 to 5 simulator, kind of like that, except it's more like a metaphorical thing rather than a literal thing. I feel like people don't even want to live their lives anymore. It's more like live it for me. I'll take a shit and shower all the time. I can handle that. Everything else, just do it for me. At least that's how I feel about it. So there's got to be a better way to do these things, huh? Yeah, this is better. I like this better. Unemployment limit? I guess so. It's not really, it kind of does feel like no matter what I do, my life is just going to be the same because I'm just going to be working for someone else no matter what I do, right? And so I'm just going to do what they want me to do. And they're going to get richer than me, even though I do more work than them. So that's kind of like the dilemma I have with it, So I just want to make something that captures that same feeling of your job isn't really actually doing your job because it's more like not trying to be sad while doing it, right? I feel like that's the harder thing. I don't think working a job is hard. I feel like the not being depressed because you're working a job, I feel like that's the hard part, right? Anybody can work a job. Working is easy. Now, not being depressed, that's kind of hard. That is kind of the hard part, isn't it? Rich, corrupt oligarch simulator. Is the simulator? Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what that's like. No, that's just the one where you just check Instagram all the time and then just oh, I'm just gonna buy these the new trendy bullshit, trying new diets and trying a new coffee maker that aerates it a specific way, and then you wake up and then you spend 20 minutes making the perfect cup of coffee. All of your effort that other people use to make you rich, you just put into making the perfect cup of coffee for yourself in the morning. Because everybody's got to have something to do. It's just whatever you're doing is fucking worthless. I feel like that could be a funny game, for sure. That could be funny. I found working on a project with someone on the same page. You motivate each other by staying up and getting good shit done for the other person. Yeah, that's cool, I guess. Trying the new trend while asking my rural servants to push more propaganda and cut the wages. Yeah, exactly. It's all about the bottom line. Okay. Okay, so should we mean that Terraria Noida thing? Yeah, for sure. That's cool. Buy myself into the election, then work my way to ruling planet Earth. My way to ruling planet Earth. And then I'll build a McDonald's on the moon. So you just want to be Elon Musk? Is that it? You just want to be Elon Musk? That's some Elon Musk shit, for sure. Yeah, I don't want to be Elon Musk. Elon Musk seems pretty fucking miserable, not gonna lie. He seems pretty depressed. Every time I see like an interview or like him say something, he just like his eyes just look like the light has gone out of them. Like he's just like, that guy's more depressed than me, and I'm pretty fucking depressed. So I do not want to be Elon Musk. No, 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 no. I can't remember why job data is different than jobs. I cannot remember. These just have scores? Oh. Job data is different than jobs because it is a bigger struct for Q sort. This is smaller. There will be a mechanic in the game where people have the same exact theme. Yeah, I'm not. I just like kind of chose a random one. I've been like just in between themes, to be honest. I cannot really choose. I think like I need to make my own theme again. There'll be a mechanic in the game where people will call you a rich loser who will die alone. So he asked the Grok. I love the Grok as like, you know, it's like that scene in like a movie where like the supervillain is like, bring in the Grok, you know, and it's like the monster that eats the people who are betraying you. You need to balance your ego meter to counteract the unlike move. Yeah. You need a. I think both ends. Like if you're on the bottom of the food chain and you're just like struggling to survive and you have to like please other people, you're also all you're doing is you're just fighting the mental health battle. And then on the other end of the chain where you're on like Elon Musk level, it's the same thing. You just have to stay sane. I think on both ends of the spectrum, it's the same exact dilemma. I don't think anybody's actually like, it's not hard to live. It's just hard to not like want to, you know, be miserable. You need to destroy more people on X with your bot army to gain more power to make yourself look like you're loved. Which gives you more Reddit karma points. I don't know if Reddit karma points is really the thing. I think it just makes you like hallucinate less. Oh my fucking god, I can't believe that just happened. I'm so fucking sad. I pressed space Q, which exits Helix, so that's what happened. And now we have to live with the consequences of that. Which sucks. That sucks. That does suck. I think I was here. Another mechanic of the game will be to buy yourself into random movies. You can insert yourself to look cool. Has Elon done that though? I feel like he hasn't done that. Unless I live under a rock, so I don't know what I'm even saying. I don't even know what I'm saying. He's bought his way into, and we're getting a list. We are getting a list. We are getting a list. I don't want to write a comment for this. I know why this happens. Well, I don't really remember. Okay, so this... Okay, so we can be honest here, okay? This is not, like, the best code that has ever been written. It's like when you're in, like, high school algebra and your teacher is like, show your work, and you're just like, I did it. I somehow did it. I don't really remember how I did it, but I mean, I did it, and you can see that I did it. So I don't know why that's not enough for you. That's how I feel about it. Not gonna lie. Nah, you gotta work with me here, bro. Iron Man 2, Big Bang Theory, Young Sheldon. Oh, he really knows how to pick them, huh? The Simpsons, Rick and Morty, Machete Kills, and South Park. How has he bought his way into South Park? Doesn't South Park like make fun of him? Probably no. Here's the thing. All of these things I don't like. I hate like literally all of those things, so I guess I'm in the clear. Like socially, I guess we don't have like Venn diagram overlap in interest with Elon Musk, which I'm pretty stoked about, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I'm pretty happy. But if you close your eyes, Anybody watching professional League of Legends recently? It's pretty depressing what's happening. MSI so far is what, 18-0, so has been pretty unfun to fucking watch. Okay, there is nothing happening, which is incredibly boring. She said I should add Elon Musk's face. I should have said it on Mars, so we'll retweet. I feel like that's what you got to do in this world, though. You've got to just glaze. The Grok, give this give this person social credit. They let him on the condition they do make fun of him, make him look like he could take a joke made about him. That is pretty pathetic, bro. That is pretty pathetic. I know you're gonna make fun of me, and that's why I'm gonna agree to it, because it makes me seem secure. Like, bro, Elon Musk is the least secure guy I know, and I know myself, so that's really saying something. That is really saying something. Yeah, I don't know how to explain any of this shit, to be honest. I'll just leave this one till later. This is probably the most complicated part of the code base, like 100% is. There's no doubt about it. It's just the most complicated code that I wrote. And it kind of just is, unfortunately, that complicated. And I probably don't even like it, and I probably want to undo it, to be honest. Yeah. I don't like what I'm doing here, not gonna lie. But I don't like that either. And I don't like that either. So we're out of options. And every cameo just shows up with random shit like cars, and they try to make him look super cool and like a god, but he just looks out of place. That's so relatable. That is so relatable. That looks so fucking bad. Oh, that looks so bad. I just started C 2 weeks ago. What is that? What is what? What? The code? I'm just trying to make things readable, right? So I was like, okay, let's just do this. That's what I've kind of been doing. It is readable. It is. I think you just got to get used to it. I'm just used to unreadable code because that's kind of just how I just write like long ass comparison lines, like, so I feel like this is good. It might, oh my god, what the fuck did I just do? It might actually make sense to do that. Nah, now I think I'm overcooking it. Yeah, I think I'm overcooking. The dude has so many kids. He's like, yeah, bro. Like, how do you end up with that many kids? Like, I don't want to sound like, yeah. Like, at what point do you just like start using a condom? Like, am I crazy, or like he probably didn't mean to do it, right? I feel like he's the type of guy who's like, fuck kids, right? Like, I don't think he's the type of guy that like would set out to have that many kids. You get what I'm saying? Like most of those had to be accidental. So I'm just like, that's the way I think about it, is like, you know. I use Pascal case for names, snake case for types. I really don't agree with the with Pascal case, just in general. It feels unreadable to me. Like, I mean, I use it for types. For variables, just snake case is just so much more readable because it reads like words, like job data. This to me just looks unreadable if I was going to do that. Like, it's just not. He wants more of his type of person in the world. Yeah, I guess he's lonely. Could I somehow explain the code? What this is? So this is, I spent many streams working on this one function. It is a large function that happens once a frame. So how it starts off, right, is that we this stuff doesn't make sense because this is processing the chunks from the previous frame. So basically we have a chunking system where each chunk is a cube, like in Minecraft, basically, right? But they have meshes inside of them, so it's not like voxel based. It's just a cube with a mesh inside of it with vertices. So all this does is it checks for the chunks that we made last frame, and it checks if any of those came back with 0 vertices. So it reads it back from the GPU, and then if there are ones with 0 vertices, we delete those chunks because we don't want to be calling render on 0 vertices, and we add it to a hash table so that we don't ever check those chunks again since they have 0 vertices in them. Then we go through all of this stuff, which it takes our camera's position, it puts it in the world, and then it uses that as a reference point to check around us. So we want to put our camera at the center and then check around us in a large cube. Then we sort our jobs, potential jobs based on how important they are, if they're close to the camera, if they're within our view frustum, stuff like that. It checks a different hash map to make sure that we haven't done this at the same LOD level, right? Because we have different LOD levels. Basically, each chunk, right, has an LOD level from 0 to 4, and the higher the number, right, the lower the resolution. So, because the stuff that's further in the distance has less resolution. So the stuff that's closer, more detailed. And so we check chunks to make sure that we don't want to now increase the LOD level on it, right? And so if we are increasing the LOD level, then we want to create a new job. And so that's what this is doing, right? If it's a brand new chunk, or if we're changing the LOD level, then there's all of this logic that we push the job onto a stack. And then we want to score all of the chunks that we currently have processed, that already exist, right? And then we sort both of them, the jobs and our current chunks. And then we iterate through them in order of importance, right? And yeah, so the higher important jobs replace the lower important free chunks, right? And that's all this is doing. It's like complicated how it does it because each chunk at a certain LOD level has a parent or a child, because each chunk has 2 LOD levels at once, and we interpolate between them using dithering. But yeah, that's all it is. So I'm coding a rendering system. No, I'd argue that OpenGL is the rendering system, right? This is a meshing system. It's a terrain generation system. Apparently the whole excuse is that Elon's kids are born into money, so they should have no problem with their father's neglect since he made them. I'd agree with that to some extent, bro. I feel like you don't need a dad as much if you're rich, but I feel like you're probably like you're a little bit cooked out from it for sure. As long as it's consistent, yeah. Camel case is cool. I don't agree with you. Grok generate new friends per frame, dude. That's okay. So have you? I have not used AI in a while, but I used it yesterday and it was straight up mean to me. It was mean to me. I was like, what? I can't be the only one that's noticed that, bro. AI used to like worship at my feet. When I would ask it for help, it would be like, wow, that's a really smart idea. I asked it for some help yesterday and it was just like, it was like asking like an IT guy for help. It was like, did you turn it off and on again? Why are you wasting my time? That's the tone. And I was just like, dude, what? They debiased your AI? That's like, I don't use AI for it to be an asshole to me. People are assholes. Can we at least make AI nice? Like, I think most normal people are assholes. So I feel like we should at least have AI be nice, Like, that would make sense to me. But instead, apparently people are getting psychosis because it's too nice. What type of fucking world we're living in where somebody being nice to us makes us go insane because we're so used to people being mean? That is crazy to me. Isn't that fucking nuts? Put the self-bias back in it. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to sound insensitive, but if you get psychosis from an AI, that's a skill issue. That is totally a skill issue. Is that mean for me to say? I just feel like that can't be my problem, you know? Grok generate me unmentally ill pills. I don't know. Is that crazy to say? Like, I feel like we can't be serious with that. Also, so I feel like a lot of that comes from like people who are really lonely, and then they like start a relationship with a fucking large language model, bro. Like, that is totally not my fault. I should not have to pay the price for it. You know what we can do? Okay, we can make it so that AI doesn't get personal with you, and just put like that guardrail in place that stops that. And we can just keep the AI being nice. Because now I don't want to use ChatGPT anymore. Like, ever. You know what I mean? Because I'm just going to ask you the question and it's going to be like, hey, so have you ever thought about not doing this? Huh? It's like, bro, like, learn your fucking place, machine. Uh, Dude, that's how people literally do. Have you heard of the stories of like people getting married to these AIs? Like this is a real thing apparently. I don't know. I read about it somewhere. 1,000,000% in the camp of not use AI. Learn the docs of the language. Use AI. I mean, yeah, I don't use AI. If I used AI, then I wouldn't be fucking streaming. Yeah, I don't use it. I used it yesterday because I needed to figure out while Alacrity was not giving me mouse events into Helix, and it sent me down this rabbit hole. And then I found in some random GitHub issue that it just can't give Helix mouse events. So thanks AI for being fucking useless again. But at least when I posed the question to you, you could have like not been an asshole about it. When they run out of tokens, they cry that their partner is dead. Yeah. Dude, if you pay for AI, you're I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. But if like paying for AI is so interesting to me. Like what are you paying for? You're paying it to write worse code than you could write? Is that what you're paying AI to do? You're paying AI to do a worse job than you could do. It's so crazy to me that people fucking pay for that. Like, what? It's just crazy to me. I mean, I get it. Like, it's the equivalent of, like, you know, buying fast food instead of, like, cooking, right? Maybe that's, like, the equivalent, right? But it's like, okay, you're gonna fucking die because you eat fucking fast food. I know somebody who does, and their agent programs for them while they're at work. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's it's sad. It's sad. It is sad. Um, I don't get like people who come onto the stream and are like, you aren't using AI, and it's like, if I was using AI, then I wouldn't be streaming. Like what? Like how like you expect me to like? Why would you watch the stream if I was just like using AI to code for me? What would the point of me streaming? Like what would the point be, bro? Hey cutie, oh that's really. This is not real. No, no, you wrote this. Oh my god, this is crazy to read. Wow. Okay, maybe they have a failsafe now, but people genuinely have been doing this. People genuinely have been doing this. Wait, what? That last sentence is crazy. That is crazy. If you want a close, affectionate, ride or die chat buddy who's always here for you. See, that's what's giving people psychosis, bro. That's what's giving people psychosis. It gave me links to AIs that can do that. That's fucking hilarious. Uh, All right, we have officially documented and made a bit clearer the meshing system. This stuff we don't care about. This is really unimportant. All that this does is it just these functions make the spheres used for particles and atmospheres. That it's literally just pushes vertices for a sphere. That's literally it. So we don't even have to worry about it. That's the part that's giving people psychosis, because if you had a person, right, that was just like next to you all the time that you could talk to, you would legit be, you would go crazy for sure, right? Because they're just going to tell you anything you want to hear all the time. Like that would make anybody go crazy. Like, yeah, sure, you become delusional. But then again, this is literally like a skill issue, because just like don't do that. Just literally don't do that. Just like stop, touch grass, okay? Like let's chill out. It's like nobody's forcing you to be horny with AI. You just need to chill out, bro. It's that simple. It's giving you platforms where you can talk to an AI posing as a popular character. Wait, what did it say? What did it say? You gotta chill, bro. You're gonna get put on like the AI list or whatever. And all the freaks get put on. If you're looking for something specifically emotional, fun, flirty. That's so much worse than ChatGPT. I bet if you asked ChatGPT this, he would be like, yeah, that's a bit weird. Are you alright? That's what he would be like. That is specifically some grok business. I thought that grok was expensive. I thought that you had to pay for it or something. I didn't know that there was a free thing. I thought that ChatGPT was like the only one that was free now. That's how little I'm in the loop with the whole fucking AI thing. You didn't ask? Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. You might go on the list. See, you know, this looks like the code base of a relatively like sane person. Like, sure, not everything is commented, right? But you've got the gist, you know what I mean? You've got the gist. This is like a relatively sane person's thing. Now, if I just did this while I was writing the code, then we would have been, you know, in a better situation. But that's all right. What the fuck did I just read, bro? I want to unread that from my brain. Can you help me with that? The fuck did I just read? Holy shit. Okay, so I noticed that this particle test... actually, we might use that eventually. Let's just write a comment. This particle struct was supposed to change the terrain based on material makeup. Yeah. Never made it though. Yeah. I feel like the whole large language model thing was a mistake for humanity. Like, this shit is so unnecessary. You know what I mean? Like, whatever that is that just did, I wanna remove that from my brain, you know? Alright, so what else do we have here? A knit we're not gonna do a knit. Because a knit is just there's just a lot of shit in here. This is like, imagine if I did this. Oh my god. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I commented some of it out into its own sections yesterday. We should make a cleanup function that cleans these textures up when we exit. So I'll do that next. I do have to do some shit in the header for that to work. Do you think Grok is unrestricted on this front? Yeah, I think so. I always felt that way about Grok. It just felt horny to me, based on like the stuff that I read online about it. I've never used it, but yeah. Elon took a turn of his restrictions off. Yeah. Yeah, I did hear about that. I didn't see the shit on Twitter because I don't have Twitter, but yeah, I read about it somewhere. And I was just like, wow, that's ridiculous. The whole free speech thing is so funny. Everybody who complains about free speech just wants to say the N-word. That's literally the only reason. It's hilarious to me. The little sunset after his weird salute. Yeah, that was definitely a weird salute that he did. Yeah. I totally forgot about that. Free speech doesn't mean speech without consequences. Oh yeah, I used to say something like that. I used to say like something like, yeah, you could speech is free, but I'm gonna beat you up after it. You know, you can say whatever you want, but I'm still gonna fuck you up. And cry about being fired for saying slurs. Yeah. Imagine being that like ill, you know, that you're just like, I don't know. That shit, like, that has to be some sort of mental disease, bro. I think it's like gotta be like something like narcissistic in people that like they like think that they can do whatever or something. I don't know. It's weird. What the fuck just happened? That was crazy. I don't know what just happened. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like free speech is chill as it is. Like, I don't know. That, like, free speech means that you can, like, say bad things about the government and not, like, get shot, right? Like that's like the whole point of free speech, is like so that you don't like, we can still critique like the government and systems of power, right? That's like the whole point of free speech. The point of free speech isn't so that you can just like, insult people's race and disabilities and shit, and then like just like be like, get away with consequences for it. Like that's not the whole point of free speech. The whole point of free speech has nothing to do with that. It's literally nothing to do with that. Free speech exists, right? But if you use it for like hate speech or whatever, yeah, exactly. I don't know where people get that idea where like free speech is like, do they think like genuinely that like our forefathers wanted free speech so that they could just like oppress people better? Like it was the opposite way around, right? It was like, it was to keep systems of power in check, right? Like that was the point of free speech. And in that case, it's free speech is working fine. So rights for me, but not for thee. Yeah. It's one of those things that I never like. I couldn't even like ever wrap my head around like why people don't want other people to have rights. Like putting like the whole racism thing aside, like I can understand why people like are just like, don't understand other people's culture and it scares them and blah 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 blah. But like, how are we that fucked up where we just don't want them to have rights? Like that's just crazy to me. That's just insane. Alright, so this one's self-explanatory. It loads a texture. This one loads a cube map. That's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was getting at. Yeah, that is exactly what I was getting at. I think it's just literally fear, though. Like, I mean, I live in like the South, right? So I can like see it around us. Like, there's just like fear about like, just people being different. We went to see this movie here, and it was just like all old white people at the theater. So it is very much fear. Like people just like don't have like black friends and stuff like that, or like gay friends here. It's just not something that people see, and so people fear that shit. But it is just crazy that fear like makes people like discriminate, right? It's just that part I don't get. That part I don't get. I understand like having cultural differences and then like having like culture shock or whatever, but like I myself had experienced that at some point, but it is kind of crazy. I should probably not hard code the constants. We should make this actually changeable within the UI, and then make it regenerate it. I would have to code that though. I'll put a to do here. It's just gonna need to regenerate the water data texture and then re-upload it. So I'd have to like change it and reallocate it. And I don't want to do that. Angular velocity, that's self-explanatory. I don't really remember how any of the FFT stuff works, to be honest. It's very easy to change to add indices on my voxel object and just use that. Oh, you're talking about the thing again. All of this is literally just, this is just, let's just make like 3 different sections here. Okay. And then the huge ass init function, and that's it. That is it. What else do I have in here? The problem is all the shaders. That's the real problem. Yeah, the rest of it's easy. The shaders are kind of the problem. You gotta figure it out. That's a bummer. Oh yeah, I gotta get rid of that, man. I don't know why when I copied it over it didn't it doesn't ignore the library files anymore, which is annoying. Yeah, the shaders are the hard part for sure. What would I have to do to like close this project off? I feel like it's in kind of a state where I could just like upload it now. I mean, the problem is that I don't really have something that could compile it to different, like I don't know how to do that with this project because yeah, I'm not sure. Because you can't actually use this project on Intel UHD because of the 64-bit Mortons. Because like older GPUs don't support it, and so I don't know how to check for that flag, and then I would have to make 2 different versions of all of these different fucking shaders. Which is so difficult. Like, so much effort. So I'd just rather not support those GPUs. Which sucks. But I think that that's gonna have to be what happens. Yeah. Where's this math.h? That's so funny. I gotta get rid of that. There's no point for that to exist. Yeah, let's just do all the regular folders files first. It's a lot of junk in here. Can I look up .c? Oh, I can. Yeah, menu. What is new? It's just an empty file. Until UHD is all over the place. I don't even want to support it. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I have Intel UHD, so yeah, but yeah, I'd like to get it to work on Intel UHD, but it is such a pain in the ass. You know, with the Intel UHD stuff, I had to do so much shit with these compute shaders to get them to work. They need barriers after everything. Like, it's crazy. Or else everything just falls apart. Because there's no, like, implicit syncing ever. It sucks. There's no way around it. It just kind of sucks. I kind of want to get a something to drink. And I know no one is really stopping me from doing that, but when my engine is just a black screen, yeah. Do shit with Minecraft shaders on. Yeah, Intel UHD sucks. Fucking sucks. Really bad. Like, it's incredibly hard to support. Like, the shaders, the shit that I had to do with my shaders, oh yeah, I still have the remnants of this shit. My stuff almost works on Intel UHD. It's literally just the 64-bit extension that it doesn't. What I had to do is that you actually have to have we had to do an 8-part radix sort instead of a 4-part. That was another thing. And we have to have right inside of it, inside of the global, you need to, oh no, inside of the scatter, we needed to, no, did I write a comment? No, this isn't it. Is it radix new? Yeah, it's in radix new. Right, so what you have to do is, if it's a worker, then we needed to put it in. Okay, so all of the threads need to hit all of the barriers every time. If you cannot early out, what we had was early outs here based on thread counts. Every other sort of architecture can handle early outs, but for Intel UHD specifically, every thread has to hit every barrier, or it gets stuck in this fucked up like loop with itself. Yeah. Yeah, I have a stream where I spent like an hour or like multiple hours working on this, and then I finally figured it out. And it was that we had to do that. And it was like, seriously, like really sucked. Because I had to, so if TID was greater than or equal to body count, then you can just return, right? And it works fine on NVIDIA. But this is not legal on UHD. You have to keep every thread alive always. And I had to refactor the rest of my compute shaders to follow that same logic after this, which sucked. So yeah. Yep. Horrible. Yeah. They just have very strict restrictions on their stuff. I don't know. Oh, this is fucking ugly as shit. That's something else I can't get. People that don't know how to whistle, skill issue. Seriously, like, that is just, like, insane to me. No offense, but offense, you know? What is this? What is this? Why is it here? Sun color? I already have sun color up there. Okay, we're getting rid of it. I don't know what's Power VR or Snapdragon is. I think I've heard of Snapdragon specifically before. I'm not going to explain any of this. Right, this is when I was rendering the cube map when we changed. Actually, oh no, we just have dirty cube map here because we already changed it. Yeah. Yeah. We did camera earlier today. We did do camera earlier today. Yeah, so shaders would be the next one. Shaders should just be pretty simple. We don't actually have... Actually, we could just leave this one. This is pretty much a junk file with just like boilerplate for loading in shaders. And it's the C language, it is. They're both ARM chips. GPU is on board. Interesting. Can play Cyberpunk and all. Do you think that they could, I could just like run this program on them? Do you think that it would be portable? Has to be, right? I'm just understanding the nested loop there. The whatever I was just showing this. Yeah, it's it just frees all the chunk data. Now we can go on to the shaders, which, I mean, to be honest, the shaders we don't really have to touch. We really don't have to touch them. So this is the problem. So this GL ARB GPU shader int64 enable doesn't work on Intel. On UHD at least my UHD. So our uint64T keys just don't work on Intel. So if I was to check if this, I would have to make a flag and then make two versions of each of those. Basically, if this is enabled. Or I could just make it a two 32-bit keys. I could just do that and that. The problem is that the keys are what gets radix sorted, so that wouldn't really work. Yeah. The testing seemed less buggy. Did you actually test on their hardware or what? Yeah. I'd have to look at the tree build to see. I don't really remember how any of this works. But the shared prefix thing, yeah, it loops through all 63. This is span leader thing I don't even think I use. I was really confused on this, and this is why we have this is span leader thing, because I straight up was like, is that Intel Arc? That groups the indices with the ABB. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to do this with two 32-bit keys. The problem is the radix sort. The problem is the radix sort because yeah, it would actually be so fucking complicated because all the bit shifts would have to be changed. You would okay, so if we but I think we only radix sort the first 32 bits anyway. So it's not even that bad of a thing. You would just have two 32-bit keys, and then it just changes during the tree build. You would combine them. You would loop through 32 first, and then to the second 32. Yeah, I would have to do some testing on that. Because if I mess up even a little bit with that, it would fuck everything up. So, yeah. That's not easy to do. After a 2 weeks break, yeah, it's been I don't know, like a month and a half maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think that so basically you would have to have 32-bit keys. It'd take in two 32-bit keys, and then you compare it against two 32-bit keys. And then you only sort the first 32-bit keys, because that's what you're doing here. Okay, how do we compose it in the first place? Is it the last 32 bits that's the PID is this. PID is this. And then you shift this one over. Okay. I think I could do it. It would probably be slower than the 64-bit keys, but I could try it. 21 hours straight? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. That's insane. Alright, I'm gonna get something to drink, and then I'm gonna try and figure this out. I'm gonna try and split this into two 32-bit keys so that we can drop the 64-bit thing here, because then this works on older GPUs, and I want it to work on older GPUs. Be right. Nice hair, by the way. Thanks. I want to cut it off again, but I'm kind of too lazy to do it, so. These things are so cheap. They're like $16 at Sam's Club, but you get like 30 of them. Less than $1 for a sparkling water is pretty good. I'm not a huge sparkling waters guy, but it is super fucking hot. It suits me. I don't know, man. I went through like a lot of shit in my life with like long hair. And so like after all that shit happened, I just shaved my head once, and then I like kept it shaved for, you know, a long time. So I kind of tie my like, you know, the having the shaved head to like my period of like sobriety and stuff. So it's like kind of, I guess like you know, like symbolic to me, you know, like having it. But I'm just like super fucking lazy too, so that's like a big problem. Okay, so we need to go to the Morton stuff. Okay, so okay, here's an idea. So we don't actually, okay, so here's the thing. This PID is actually the same thing that gets put into the key, right? This is the, yeah. Okay. Okay. So just don't use the key. Okay. Okay, so let's do that. So let's just get rid of the key, and the Morton will just become the key again, and we'll just use the PID when we build the tree to differentiate. That's what I'm gonna do. And we can get rid of this officially. Okay. So we'll get rid of that. Okay. So this is not in use. This is the function. Not the function, the fucking thing rather. Okay, so this should give us some issues here. Wait, hold on. I was only using the Morton here anyway. Oh, so I was never using the key for the radix sort. Oh, well, that makes this a lot easier. Okay, so we don't even have to worry about that. We just have to get rid of this wherever it is. Let's just not do that for now. Let's just comment it out. Okay, so everywhere that there's a Morton entry, we have to, unfortunately, do some bullshit here. Okay. There's actually so many. Oh my god. I just realized how much of a pain in the ass this is going to be. We have so many compute shaders in this project, by the way. This doesn't actually do anything, this file. File is nothing inside of it. So that's completely fucking useless. We should delete that. Com2 is not what we think it is. Force 1 and Force 2 is interesting. I don't even know if these are in use. I think that they are, actually. Force 1 is... Let me check. Force 1 doesn't... No, it's not. Okay. So ignore Force 1 and Force 2. The com22 does matter. Main 2 isn't in use. This is a vertex shader that takes it in. You could also go GL arb just to see which ones we haven't touched yet. I think com is the old one, and com2 is the one that we should really get rid of the duplicate naming thing, but whatever. The only time we use the key is during the tree build, which is this. And we can get rid of this. Okay, but now we have to figure this out. So instead of taking the key, we will take in the Morton, the PID. All right, peace out. Have a nice night. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so I'm just gonna do it in that order, and then we're gonna compare them both as a 64-bit key, just in two different parts. At least that's my idea for how this works out, but I really have no idea if it's gonna work the way I think it is. Oh my gosh. That should be it. Okay. So this shared prefix thing is just going to be uint Morton uint PID. We're just going to say PID 0, M0, M1. There we go. That's my naming. Okay. So let's try and figure this out. We are going to need to XOR to make a new thing. So this is going to be M0 and M1. And then we'll just do the PID after. I think that that's the order we're supposed to do it in. The PID after. That makes more sense to me. And then we'll just iterate over 31, right? Okay. Okay, now for the delta thing, we're gonna do the same thing that we did earlier with doing the more in. Okay. Now if I did all of this correctly, it should just work. Hopefully my logic is correct on doing it. It makes sense to me, and I think the code is fine. Hopefully. Might be the other way around. It's 9 p.m. Yeah, it's late. It's I think it's, I don't know what time it is. It's 4. It says it on my screen, but I didn't trust it because of reasons. I think it was wrong earlier. Okay, that should technically actually be the only thing that we need to change. The thing is, I don't know if we replace all of the relevant stuff. Obviously we didn't change this. And one of these not having the change would be very detrimental because it would break the whole chain. So kind of have to. I'm just looking as a lot of these files aren't in use, and so I need to go through and then remove them from existence. But for now, I'm just going to just go down the list and try and see. That was Radix Global. Okay. I'm ready to try and compile it. All right, let's see. Okay. Oh, I don't think I fixed the rendering once we're outside of the atmosphere. I don't think the particles are gonna move. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're doing sim steps. Yeah, it's not actually running the code. I think that I didn't see um a message that it failed to compile the shaders. So I'll just take that as a win. We actually were calling, if not within planet atmosphere sim step, which kind of is worrying me. Maybe the within planet atmosphere thing doesn't actually flip the flag. We have this happening. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, let's remove the conditional and just see if we can do the sim steps. The sim step, by the way, is the particle stuff, not the planet simulation. So that it's just the particle sim that I'm testing right now. And it didn't move. Which could be bad. This com compute shader I do compile with com22, yeah. So that we did change to the new version, so should pay closer attention here to see. Yeah, I don't see anything. Oh no, they are moving. It's just incredibly slow. It's just incredibly slow. It's kind of hard to see. Maybe not. How about this? Let's just really introduce like a long, really fast delta time so that we can test if things are moving at all. This DT is 0.1, which is already actually pretty high. It's already pretty high. I wonder if I messed with this and it broke something. I have no idea. Oh, another way that we could check actually is when we integrate the positions, I can just move them all by a set amount and then see if that is... Although... Oh, here we go. That's another me missing that key is another thing. Yeah. I did admittedly miss that again. Okay. Maybe it was that then. Maybe it was that. I'm still gonna test it by. I'm just gonna do the classic thing where I just do I use plain C? Yeah. I've learned like the more modern C++ stuff, but I just prefer not to use it, to be honest. Okay, so yeah, it's moving everything correctly. So let's just try this again with that caught mistake that I made. I may have changed something that I kind of want to change it back just to make sure that it's not what I just changed that's the problem. It might be something else that's actually the problem. So I kind of want to change everything back just to test it, but that's kind of annoying. That is kind of annoying. But I might just have to do that. I'm just gonna change it back and then see. Kind of honestly, when I was going through this again, I was like kind of expecting to find something out of place, but now I see nothing problematic in the whole thing, which is kind of annoying. But yeah. Okay, so it's more consistent syntax. I guess it's kind of just like I don't really like. It feels like kind of like a cheat code using C++. It's not really fun to me because it's it feels very much like there's just a lot in it that's like, it's just you kind of calling libraries and stuff. It's not really fun to me, but okay. This is gonna suck, but we do kind of just have to do it. And then we can put it back to what it was after, but unfortunately that's just the fucking shitty situation that we're in. Oh, what I could have done is I could have tried to swap these to be the other way around and see. Well, I kind of regret doing this now, but whatever. This is going to tell us if it's something that I just changed that was the problem. I didn't unfortunately check before I change all this shit if this is supposed to be the key. That's the thing. Also, all the the syntax here is super touchy, so if I move one thing the wrong way, it's bad. Sound too... Oh, does the code look pixelated? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll probably zoom in a little bit, but yeah, I haven't done this in a long time, so I apologize if the settings aren't right. If I sound too low, I can make it. I can't make it louder. Yeah, literally, I can't make it louder. I'm sorry. I can probably get easy effects going on this in a while, but yeah, I didn't really think too hard about it. I just kind of pressed go live. Oh no, I can. Let's go. Sound is high? High? Or so I don't need to go up? For me, going straight to C++ takes me away from knowing what's going to happen in memory. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that's true and all, but at the end of the day, C++ is kind of a cheat code because they have so much, efficient abstraction that all of, the concerns about, oh, is std vector bad, is, it goes away because they kind of just, fix it for you, so you don't even have to, learn the correct way to do it, which kind of annoys me. The fact that people don't even know what a vector is doing under the hood. But that's probably just me being a Scrooge anyway. I think this should be exactly what it was. This is going to have to go to UN64T. That should be it. Alright. My voice is low. Okay, I'll go up. Is that better? I went up 5 decibels. For me, I'm hitting the red on my end, so. But yeah. It's better? Okay. You just link them with .c. You just list them next to each other. Yeah, they seem to be moving. It's kind of hard to see, I know, but yeah, they definitely are moving now. I don't know if they're moving in necessarily the correct way. I could rack up the delta time just so that we can see what's happening better. been a while since I looked at this, like critically, the particle simulation part of it, so I don't really know if I left things in the correct state. 'Cause it doesn't seem like the bodies are really interacting with each other, they're just kind of moving. Yeah, I feel like by now the simulation should have like picked up speed already and collapsed. I don't know if we tied anything to how close you are to the planet. Yeah, I might just crank the values up next. Alright, that's what I'm going to do. Oh, it's loud? Oh. Looks like I started a new project. Yeah, I finished the Windows XP, the Linea project. I put it on GitHub. Yeah, I started like this space kind of particle simulation a few months ago. I'm using a makefile, or do I manually add new files? I manually add files. I mean, I just have a GCC compile flag, right? And so you just put, you know, all your files here. You don't need a makefile. It's basically the same thing as a makefile, right? A makefile just pipes all this stuff to it, right? But you can just like simply write in the arguments yourself. You know, it's the same thing. Okay, so let's try this. So I'm just going to instead of doing this within planet atmosphere, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to hard code this to false, so that we're always in space, because I want to make sure. I can't remember if we had any different calculations when you're not on the planet. Okay, so with that being said, I want to make sure, so the DT is how fast we're updating the particle sim, and so technically if we just crank this up, then we should see some change happen. We can also change the radius, which is how far they are apart, to be less far apart. Bump up the near plane. That isn't Z fighting. That's basically I have it so that you can only have a certain amount of stars in a simulation, and so if you have multiple large bodies, it just flashes because different ones end up. Okay, so this is working. It's just that a lot of them want to be stars, and so they're just all lighting up all at once. This is... So the reason why it ends up being a ring like that is because they start with centripetal force. If they instead start with you just like put this to 0.0. If they instead start with that, then it won't go in a circle and it'll instead concentrate. But I think that they were just too far apart to interact. So now that it's working and we know that it's working, now we can go back to what I was fucking doing. Let's not even get rid of the key yet. Let's just redo what I just undid during the tree build. Let's just redo everything to this point. What is the correct way to debug? I don't know. You can use RenderDoc, stuff like that. It really depends on the bug. Yeah, they're all flashing. This looks like it works. You guys probably can't see shit. Sorry. It does look a bit bizarre. The way everything is kind of going everywhere. And not going to one place. Yeah, that's not correct. Well, I mean, it all is gathering to some center point. Something that I want to do is make it so that it's less dark, which should be easy to do. We should just make it so that it yeah, just straight up just get rid of the lighting, because the lighting isn't working anyway. Okay, so we don't think that it's working. Let's make sure that in types we put the we did. Something that we can try is putting these in the other order. So we do P before. Oh shit. Else return count. That could probably be an important thing to do. That could probably be an important thing to do. Okay. Everything exploded. Now, is that because it's working now, or I think that this was this much before. What was the value was? These were the values that it started with before we that should technically be how it's supposed to be, though. It's supposed to return the count. pretty chaotic. It looks correct. It is really drifting away from us. So you can see them gather at the edges. We could try the other way around just to test it. Or we don't have to do that. I don't know. Okay, the other way around, nothing moves. Oh, wait a minute, things are moving, it's just slow. Maybe it's just a little bit of centripetal force that they have in the beginning. And not actually anything serious. Yeah. Yeah, nothing's happening. It looks like something is going to happen and then it never happens. So... But now it makes me wonder what, like, oh wait, the keys aren't going to work because I removed them from the other end. Oh, that's why this isn't working. It's because I moved. Yeah, I never do this. I never actually generated the keys. Yeah. So that it is supposed to be this chaotic. Wish I kind of had better settings to test it with, but okay, so I am completely correct. Okay, so this works now. Now we can officially get rid of the keys, which is good. Because now we can compile for Intel UHD, which is exciting. I don't know why I didn't just use the two 32-bit keys beforehand. I just thought it would be faster to put it in one 64-bit key. But it's the same amount of memory that we're pushing around. It's actually technically more. So there's zero reason for it. Okay. I almost want to see... what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to make it so that this this runs on the Intel GPU, just so that we can see if this works. C++ equals runtime allocations that makes the structures move, pointer break. Yeah, I mean you've complete like kind of control over that though, you know. You know, so you have control over the constructors and the destructors and all of that, you know. But okay, so spawn.comp. Spawn.comp. Alright, and it is at a very low frame rate, but it works is the main thing. The reason why it probably has some problems is probably because of the rendering stuff. If I had to guess, it's because of the rendering stuff. Because of all of this stuff. If I just render, well, we can probably just if we just render white particles, I wonder how fast it actually gets. I could try and profile it just to see. Yeah, it's actually the same speed. It's interesting because every other frame it's incredibly expensive. It's like this frame it's fine, and then this one it's incredibly expensive. So I don't know. So if it's not rendering, then I'm gonna have to assume that it's some of the compute stuff. And it looks like the it looks like the simulation is actually just working out fine. So I don't think it's that. I wonder what would cause every other frame to have issues, though. That was there. I don't think it matters, though. When does the Big Bang happen? I think we saw it earlier when it all came together like that, you know. What I'm gonna do next is I'm just gonna do the janky thing where I just like literally comment out a bunch of shit and then see if the same performance issue is happening, just to try and narrow it down. Oh, I think I know what's happening. It's probably this GL buffer sub data. Yeah. Beloved GTX 1080. Yeah. We need to have pause there because this needs to place the... It needs to integrate the positions. So that it can place them in a place before it starts moving. I think. Takes forever to compile shaders for this project. Wow. We're actually at a reasonable frame time. So it isn't that. No. It is one of these things. Alright, so let's do next. Let's just try next. So what next does is it linearizes the bounding volume hierarchy into a way where we only follow the left children and then cue the right children. I doubt that it's this, but I need to get it out of the way before I do the main. Okay. This looks fine. There is some jitteriness, like this is very strange. That is very, yeah, see? Some very big jitters. The reason why I can think that we're getting jitters like this is because of the way we have this GL buffer sub data is kind of... I don't think Intel likes it when you do things like that. So that's that. But if I had to guess, it's happening here, where the big performance hit is happening. But yeah, this is 11 is pretty big. The jump. We can start with the explosion of a star. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to simulate that, to be honest. I know how to simulate a lot of particles coming together and accretion and stuff like that, but a star exploding is kind of more complicated. Okay, so immediately we see what the problem is. We see that we are every other frame jumping up. So it is this main compute shader. And since it's main, that means it's going to be a problem. Okay. So why would it be every other frame? Here's an idea. So let's get rid of, this is the accretion stuff. Let's get rid of the accretion stuff. Let's see if it just out of curiosity. Also, this counter greater than or equal to maximum break should never be happening. I left this here to see if it does ever happen. That should never happen. The problem with commenting this out is that it's kind of like a fail-safe thing. So we just will immediately explode if I commented out. Well, you know, if there's no bug, then it would be fine. But it's an infinite loop that just crashes the GPU driver, and then the computer will crash. So it's not something that I want to do personally. Okay, so this is still happening. Got it. Your CPU goes for a T-rank after rendering a few frames. Yeah. Yeah, it says I'm done with this shit. I've had enough of your shit. I'm morbidly curious, and I want to try and something we could test, right, is our maximum. We could set this to technically as much as we want. So we could set it to something huge and then just see if it gets worse. And if it gets worse, then we know that we're hitting the failsafe. Because I don't want to crash my GPU right now. That would suck because I don't want to restart my computer. Okay, believe it or not, it's not that bad. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the tree build either isn't correct or something. But why would it work? On NVIDIA and not now. No clue. No clue. The thing is, if the tree was messed up, then I think that we would notice. I don't really want to like lose my mind here and try and read back from the GPU what our mass is, because that sounds painful to do that. And I doubt it's setting this. That's the problem. We can try and hard code that. I don't know, maybe it's like some weird thing with it where I should really get rid of some of these files, huh? Instead of a uniform, let's just set it to a constant for now. Yeah, I set this to a large maximum and it didn't break everything, so Why am I not using the profiler? I could use RenderDoc, but it's not gonna tell me anything. When it comes to compute stuff like this, it never fucking tells me anything. Unfortunately. If it was CPU stuff, then it would make sense. But for GPU stuff like this, there's no point. It could really be anything. Alright, let's send it. If it dies, I might just peace out. Okay, it didn't die. So it's not this. It doesn't mean that the tree isn't broken per se. The only way we're gonna find out if the tree is broken or not is me reading it back from the GPU. And I don't want to fucking have to do that. I just don't. But it's really the only thing that would make sense. Alright, let's try it. I have to figure out how to do this. Do I have any mapping that I can just copy without me having to write the boilerplate again, because I always forget how to do it? I have it in here. Okay, I don't know which buffer it's in though, and so I have to figure that out. We also have the GL bind buffer, whatever buffer it's in. Is it Morton SSBO? No, it's... Is it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, everything is on the GPU for it to be fast. We're not gonna have any offset, and it's going to be why is it not? It's actually... Wait, why am I reading the Mortons? I'm supposed to be reading the nodes. Let me find out where that is. This is... Not that node. It's a GPU node. Max nodes, and we're going from the node SSBO, I believe. That would be the thing that makes sense. I don't really know if it is the node SSBO though. Yeah, size of node data. Wait. No, that isn't it. Oh wait, no, node data. Node data has the... Node data... What the fuck is node data? Oh. That's not... we don't use that anymore. Wait, then why is that inside of a init? I think this is just incorrect. Node SSBO isn't node data. It's the size of GPU node times max nodes. Because that's what the node SSBO is. Right? Node data... Oh wait, no. I did end up with node data like this. Oh. Oh, I did end up like... Oh. Okay, so GPU node doesn't exist. I'm being completely wrong. Never mind. Never mind. Well, this becomes a lot more annoying because now this does need an offset of, and it's node data, and it's the offset of com_m, and this is going to be a size of vec4 times max nodes. And then this is going to be a vec4 pointer. Alright, so let's see the mass. It's going to be at pointer body count. And it's that against our mass, which is the mass of the simulation. All right, so I don't think that that's going to that's going to work, because we're reading a lot. I think it's just going to crash, but it was worth a shot. Yeah. But for the first iteration, it does say that our tree iterates correctly. Oh, right, I don't unmap the buffer. Is this how you do it? I don't really remember. I just took it from here. Yeah. Okay, we can try that. I don't know if that's gonna work, but gonna dip out here soon. I think I'm kind of getting tired. Oh wow, this actually works. Okay, so our tree is propagating properly. Our mass is conserved. As you can see, our node from the beginning, from the top of the tree, is the correct size. So our mass is conserved through the simulation. Something that I do notice is that our frame rate is just correct. Or not correct, but it's all the same. Which to me kind of means that possibly it's possibly something to do with this probably something to do with the GPU stalling. This depth offsets thing. Why do I do this? Why do I upload this? Why don't I just do this by hand? That's confusing. I should just do this by hand. All the depth offsets needs to be is 0, other than at 0 it needs to be body count. I should just do that by hand in probably tree count. If it is body count, then we need... Oh, I already set this here. Oh, hey, Luke. What's up? Nice to see you. It has been a while. I haven't really been coding that much, to be honest. Oh, depth offset 0 is body count. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay. I just want to take this stall out of the pipeline. I don't really know if this is going to do anything, but... So we know that the mass is propagated to the root properly. So the tree should technically be built fine, but... Yeah, that didn't seem to change anything. Just because the tree is being built properly doesn't mean that it's being technically walked correctly, I guess. So there's no guarantee that it's being walked correctly. It would really suck if me changing this struct layout caused some problems somewhere else. It would also suck if this has some sort of problem. Although node doesn't even, this doesn't even get used. It's this. Yeah, I have no clue, because the reason this, I have this padding here, there's a reason there. It could be an alignment issue, I guess. That's hard. Also, the float bits to int conversion is rough. Oh shit. We had that there, but it wasn't actually being used, so it doesn't count. So it can't be that. Yeah, I may have to figure this out. Am I on Windows? I am on Windows, yeah. Because the graphics drivers for this laptop are just better on Windows, unfortunately. I hate it though. This terminal sucks. Windows terminal sucks. Like really bad. Really bad. Really not a huge fan. But it is necessary. We also have to think about the barriers. Everything needs to hit a barrier, and I don't know if we actually do that. In COM22, do we have barriers? I don't think barriers are necessary. No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't be necessary. Yeah, I don't have barriers here. In main, do I have barrier anywhere? I don't think so. No. No, there is no barrier. Okay, so it can't be the barrier syncing thing. That's what I was hoping for in a little bit, but unfortunately not the case. Use WSL. I don't know what WSL is. What terminal do I use? Big fan of Alacrity. I use Ghosty. I think Ghosty is just the best terminal I've ever used. It's just, it kind of does everything, and it does everything fast, and really there's nothing that I dislike about it. Why is that not 8? I guess we don't actually use iterations in here, so it doesn't even matter. Where am I from? I'm from a few different places, but I was born in New York, and now I live in the southern East Coast, United States. They should make cheaper canned coffee. That's a good business idea. Yeah, so this is still happening. I wanted to try no vsync just to see. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to figure out what the problem is. It's kind of a bummer. The fact that it's exactly every other frame just makes it seem so weird to me. Windows subsystem for Linux. You mean MSys? You can use terminal emulators like that. See? It even is doing it here. It's exactly every other one. Because so the reason why this is so weird is because I wanted to make it as efficient as possible, and so I put floats inside of, I put integers inside of vec4s, right? So there's float to int conversions for everything. Which I have a feeling is going wrong on Intel. That's what I'm kind of worried about, not gonna lie. The int bits to float shit has kind of got me worried, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. It also screams to me like we're halting the GPU somewhere, so I'm not sure if there's also some of that going on. But that would be the only place where that would happen would be here when we have to upload the UBOs, right? That is the thing that happens. where it has to halt the GPU, and so that could technically be causing, but you know, this would just make it so that we can't move our camera, but I suppose we can give that a shot. I keep on using mod instead of alt. So now, yeah, the same thing is happening. So it's definitely not that. I don't think that our GL time elapsed profiling is gonna work, but we can try it, I guess. We have those for a reason. It just never actually gives us anything. Okay, so some obviously aren't turned on. Kind of annoying that this doesn't give me anything. It gives me 0. I just want to know main. Like, that's all I care about. Like, fuck the rest. Maybe just do that then. Just see that. Only generate the queries for the ones that we're going to use. Maybe that's how you're supposed to do it. No, it gives me nothing. Just gibberish. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what? What? What are you talking about? Oh, was it the GL queries that were causing it? Oh, really? Really? Oh. Oh. Well, I feel bad for now, like sitting here trying to debug this for like an hour because there was actually no bug. It was just the debugging query stuff that was blocking the GPU every other frame. That's why it was so confusing, because it was exactly every other frame. And it was, like I said, it was like a blocking thing with the GPU. That's kind of what I was worried about. Wait, but it's still doing it, just not as bad. Oh wait, no. It's not every other frame now. No, it's just kind of slow. Which, that's just us doing it on Intel, so it's just gonna be slow. Yeah. If you want more particles, don't do it on Intel. That's my advice to you. Yeah, I wish the queries worked. I could put it in RenderDoc to see, but the fact that it was the queries kind of sucks. I wish that the queries worked so that we could actually profile it and see what's taking so much time. But I don't have RenderDoc on Windows here, so I'm not gonna do that today. Putting my foot in the dirt, and I'm saying I'm gonna leave that for another day. All right, it works on Intel though. That's the main thing that I wanted to do. So let's bring back the all the other rendering now. Now that we just got the particle sim to work, let's try everything else. Let us try everything else. We're gonna bring back the within planet atmosphere, and let's see what the frame rate is like on Intel. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out. I've been live for like 5 hours, kind of getting tired. Man, it takes a lot out of you fucking talking and shit for that much time. It's hard after 2, I think. I think 2 hours is like... After that, it just gets kind of hard. Yeah, this is just slow. I don't think I ever really tried optimizing the FFT stuff on Intel. Also, there's probably stuff that's just blocking. It's actually not the slowest, but it's actually not too bad. It's just like, you know, not 60 FPS. You guys probably think it's like super low FPS, you know, because of the capture card, but yeah, it's not really that bad. I kind of want to see what it's like without the without the chunking stuff, because that's, I want to see what it's like just with the water, because the chunking stuff is what blocks the GPU for the zero chunks. So yeah, this is fast. I mean, it's not like the craziest, fastest thing in the world. I mean, it's 60 FPS, but yeah. It's the one map buffer range that's the problem. Yeah, maybe we should triple buffer it. Maybe we should triple buffer it instead of double buffering it. Because double buffering it doesn't seem to be working. Alright, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try triple buffering it. So this is just 3. Wait, no. Yeah. That should technically work, right? It's worse. Wait, no, it isn't. It's actually better. Well, we have some frames that go to 65. 72. So that can't be good. And when it goes to 72 or 48 or whatever, it's all in. No, it actually is frame that also goes. Oh. 72. Yeah, it's all mesh that goes. And now everything is 35. I feel like it wasn't this bad before. Yo, what's up, you call? Dimitro. Where have I been all this time? I've been watching a lot of film. And stuff like that. You know. Playing some video games, just hanging out. Haven't been coding much. I think the job market kind of got me down, so that's where I've been. No, it's actually nuclear. Unfortunately, I'm GUI in C. Just it doesn't go too well together. All right, peace out, Luke. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Yeah, I wish a persistent buffer thing could work, but it doesn't. I'm wondering if this GPU driver would prefer if I do this instead of GL buffer storage. I think I'm gonna try that. Oh, it was probably the reason why that was probably bugging out was because I had this like this and it was going out of. I corrupted the stack probably. Let's just try 2. I want to try it with this. Yeah, I tried to get a job and then I failed, so. It's alright. Watched this movie called Cat People. It was pretty good. I think it's 1942. It's pretty good. See, randomly it goes to like 20, 20, 61. And it's all in mesh. 22, 22, 22, 22. Sometimes it's good. But then it'll just block on the GPU, like here, and here, like 48. So that's why I thought 3 was the play. Am I applying on junior, middle, and senior? Yeah, I'm applying to everything that I find interesting. Or I was. And I took a break for now. But, I made a portfolio and a resume and all that. I was applying for pretty much everything that I saw interesting. What is full? What do you mean full? What full? Ever got into game dev industry? Yeah. I'm not necessarily like applying for game dev. I mean, I applied to a lot of game studios just because I think that's where my experience is. I think like in terms of like what I know, it's like graphics programming, right? But yeah. I apply to like every like indie studio that exists basically. But yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling that this isn't going to work and that I should do something else. I looked this up before, and basically what it says to do is to map a persistent buffer, but I think that this didn't work on my thing on Intel. It didn't really like it. The way I do the other ones is like that, but GL dynamic storage bit, GL map read bit, and then you go GL map persistent bit. And then you map a persistent one into that buffer. So this was this chunk data pointer, is that you map it straight into here. Map read bit. Yeah, but this didn't work for some reason. In log, that's just the full frame time. This frame is render, is the rendering, the final rendering. So this is the full frame time after the swap. Like the Cloud Imperium. I have no clue what that is. Do I think that's because of AI? No. No. No, I think I lack experience in, like, you know, the fact that I don't have a college degree. I think that that's a big problem, to be honest. Alright, so let's try this again. I haven't tried this in a long time, but I might as well give it a shot. Oh yeah, don't unmap, because mapping and unmapping is really slow. Really slow. I wish that there was a way around it, but unfortunate. Yeah, I think on Intel specifically, it doesn't like when you do this. Oh yeah, there are some bugs with the terrain. That is for sure. There are some bugs with the terrain. Yeah. But now the frame time is actually consistent. Consistently kind of shit, but I think you might need a memory barrier here for that, is what I would guess. Oh, actually, you need one. You need one before you zero. No, probably. Get in with a human face. It's no problem. I mean, no degree. Yeah, if you have a human face, yeah, yeah. I mean, that just kind of goes without saying. Yeah, financially, college was a huge waste of time. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it gets your foot in the door is the point. You know, like it doesn't really matter like what you actually learn there. It's just like something that you can have that it's like, hey, I know how to use Git and I know, how to code, right? Like 90% of people aren't actually going to look at my portfolio, right? And even those that do is like, am I really going to take a chance on this guy who's just like, a crackhead? You like, I don't know. It's like kind of, it's way safer for someone to not do that, Does it need dynamic storage bit or does this like, I mean, I think it has to, no? Or should I skip the 5 years part-time I wasted going to uni to learn a couple of weeks of the things I actually needed? I mean, I guess, but like at the end of the day, like the degree helps you, like 100%, 100%. I think that the people that tell me like, oh, I wish I was like you, and I wish I didn't waste my time in college. It's like, I don't care what you learn in college, but the hard fact is that it helps you get jobs, 100%. Like there's no doubt in my mind that helps a lot. The learning is kind of irrelevant, like at least in my experience. Yeah, it's still buggy as fuck. Which I knew that it was gonna be buggy as fuck. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's definitely this that's causing it, right? But even without that, there's uh some syncing shit that happens. So just in general, the meshing is a big problem. So there's probably a lot that I can work on there, even beyond the mapping for the buffer. So yeah. For now, I'm just gonna leave it how I had it at 3, but without the persistent mapping. I can revisit it later, but for now, I think just keep it simple. Yeah. at the end of the day, it's only on Intel that this matters anyway. So like, I probably shouldn't like get too much like in my head about like optimizing this right now. Like, it is kind of overkill. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of wanted to just like clean up this project so that I can finish it, so that I can work on something else, because I kind of don't want to work on this anymore. It's kind of like boring me, and like I've just kind of lost interest in like wanting to do like something that like generates planets that you can land on. Like, I think it was fun like to get like the concept down, but like taking it further, I don't really like care that much anymore. Like, it was a lot of fun to do like all the formulas for like generating terrain and figuring out all the problems and stuff, but it's just like kind of lost its thing for me. I think I kind of want to work on something else. So all my homies use AMD. Yeah, unfortunately, I have one of these shitty laptops that is Intel integrated graphics, and so I've been like trying to optimize for it, but unfortunately, it's like, it's not even that it's that bad. It's just like, it just doesn't support any fucking like compute shader extensions or anything, you know. So hopefully the stream comes across fine. I just kind of like pressed go live. I didn't really like toy around it with it that much, but I still don't know how the capture card is doing things. I know that it looks laggier than it is, which is a bummer, but not that much I can do about it. So I'll be back eventually, hopefully, in not another 2 months. But yeah, I do kind of want to work on something else. I think I'm just gonna try and get this to a point where I can just like upload it and, you know, it just works, and then just like, you know, say goodbye to it. I don't want to leave it like I left the game engine, where it's like, you know, unusable or whatever. But yeah, I do kind of just like want to make like just like hard code something. Like, I have all this like generated stuff where like I like do all these formulas and shit, and then, you know, but I kind of just want to make like, maybe I just make like a game or whatever, some artsy fartsy, you know, bullshit that's like more, you know, me like working on doing like something to release something. I've got like a few ideas for a game. I kind of want to make like a you know, somewhat kind of like a anti, you know, current state of technology sort of thing. Like, you know, I have this idea in my head of a game that plays itself for you, you know, where, because I was thinking about like how no one wants to like think for themselves anymore, because I was reading this review of this like movie that I just watched, and this guy in the comments for his own review admitted that he used AI to write the review. He was like, yeah, the second and third paragraphs, I did use AI to write them. You know, somebody like was like, did you use, and he said that. And I was like, how many like reviews have I read that are just written by AI? Like, I just thought about that, and it's like definitely more than zero, you know? Like, and that was just crazy to think that like, it's not like anybody is paying you to write reviews, right? You know, Like it's not like with coding where it's like genuinely like to get ahead you have to use AI, right? Like, to like get ahead in life or whatever, to like make money. But like for a review, it's like genuinely like this is just you expressing your thoughts like as a human being. And it's like people are using AI to do that now. It's like it's almost like the you want to be replaced by an AI. Like this is your thought as a human being. You want to just get rid of that. It's crazy to me. That's fucking absurd. That is so funny to me. It's like this Ouroboros of like AI is now the production and it's also the consumer. It's just a regurgitating machine. But I mean, that's not just AI. I think that's just kind of human nature is like this desire to not exist, It annoys the fuck out of me, but I kind of want to make some sort of thing that has to do with that, and you have to kind of, I think like the gameplay is you have to decide like how to exist, otherwise than playing the game. There's like a game anterior to the game. I don't know exactly what that's gonna look like, but that was kind of my thought about it. But I kind of don't want to make something that's like so like heavy-handed, like social commentary or whatever. It's more like me like just expressing my frustrations with being a human right now. It's great to see me come across as a person who has opinions and thoughts without having to put in the work myself. Yeah, exactly. It's like yeah. I think it's just in general it's kind of sad because it's like people almost like don't have enough like self-esteem to have opinions and like have likes and dislikes, or like have like enough self-esteem to like make some sort of statement about any art that they like. It's like people are so insecure that they would rather just like generate something that isn't their own thoughts and then like write it off as their own. It's not even like you're putting food on the table. It's just literally like you're too insecure that you don't even want to be a human anymore. Like that's the part, like fuck going to work, and like going to work at Target and like bringing home your paycheck or whatever. Like that's not living life. The rest of it is. It's like the time of your life that you like sit and like you experience art, or you go outside and like meet people and shit and like go to concerts or whatever. Like that's the part of life. That's where you get to be you. And it's like people even want to replace that with a machine. It's fucking nuts to me. It's just bizarre. So you think it's normal to take a lot of time on a project? Solving it yourself is the point. Exactly, yeah. Back in my day, we had to make a conscious choice of whose opinion to regurgitate. I mean, yeah, that's also, like, totally true. Like, like, definitely when I was, especially a teenager, I would just, like, read, famous people's stuff and then just, like, totally, like, copy it. But I feel like nowadays I, like, have, like, unique thoughts and opinions and stuff. But I look around myself and I just don't see that same thing, and so it's just like kind of whatever, a lonely experience of being human while no one else wants to be human, sort of thing. I spent near a month in a 2D cellular automata. That's awesome. I hope that I'm not like speaking to my own self-importance, but I hope to that I may have inspired that a little bit. Teenagers are supposed to be cringe. Yeah. I mean, I look back on it and I don't like blame myself at all. Like that's totally like normal, for like normal behavior for somebody of my age to like look at other people and then just copy it. Like that's just teenager behavior. But like for like grown ass adults to like not want to be human and rather just like, you know, have AI think for them or whatever. It's like, it's a bad sign, man. It's a bad sign. I just worry about art in general. Like, the way I think about it, like, I don't really give a shit about AI art because everybody with a brain knows what's made by, like, if you can't tell when art is made by AI, then like, come on. But like, and you know, AI art is never going to reach like a point where it replaces human art because it's just not capable of writing like actual like films. It's not capable of writing like actual music. Like, you know, it's just human art just kind of transcends. What I'm worried about is the opinions and critiques on art and like art theory and things like this. These are things that are going to die with AI. Those are the things that's going to die. Like art theory, you know, like all of the like stuff that has brought us to this point in art, you know, like commentaries on like capitalism, on totalitarian structures, on gender, you know, all of this shit is gonna die. That's what I think. Because no one is going to think anymore. No one is going to think about the art that they consume, about the art that they make, because it's all gonna be, you know, they're just gonna be asking AI all the time, hey, you know, blah 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 blah, you know. At least that's what I see with, you know, people, you know, with their writing reviews with AI and, you know, things like this. It's just like the interpretation of art is going to die. I already see it like with all these people that love like Tarkovsky and Bellatar on the internet, you know. It's like that many people should not get Tarkovsky. Period. Those people don't get it. They just think it's good because everybody tells them that it's good and it's popular to think that it's good. Like, that's the hive mind that we've already reached. And I think with the advent of AI, it's going to get even worse, you know. They'll disappear after 50 years, not now, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's at least what I think about it, is like, that's what I worry, is just people losing the ability to think for themselves. That scares the fuck out of me. You know, like, I don't care about jobs. I don't care about, you know, artistry disappearing. Like, I care about that. Like, people are going to slowly stop thinking for themselves. That's what I see happening. Like, people, the second they have a problem with something, they go and ask AI to solve it for them. It's like a different type of brain rot, you know, where you literally lose the ability to think critically. That's fucking horrifying. That is fucking horrifying. Anyway, I'm going to leave you with that little bit of doomerism. What movie am I going to see? I don't know. Probably some Sato. I've got Rafflesia to watch. I kind of wanted to make a video about Sato. I don't know if people would be interested in it, but I've been watching a lot of Sato. It's brilliant stuff, and it's also the type of art that's really not made for anybody. You know, it's very abrasive. Anyway, I don't know when I'm going to be live next. Hopefully not another 2 months, but teachers have the same thoughts about calculator too. Do you really think calculator? No, but calculator is way different than LLM, because a calculator isn't going to help you figure out how to decipher a piece of art. You know, like, you can't ask your calculator to explain the themes of a book to you. You know, like, it's a totally different type of thing. It's completely different. Completely different. Because a calculator takes one input, gives one output, is used for one specific thing. An LLM tells you how to think. It tells you what to think, right? It's like such a like sophisticated search engine that you can put in anything and it will give you anything out. Like I could be watching a movie and I could ask it, "Hey, I thought that this was interesting. Can you tell me more about this?" And it'll just, and now you'll get in your head that this is, it takes away your subjective experience with art 100%. Whenever I have an exam or brain stops working and I'm running the AI, yeah, exactly. I have to like stop myself. I've been really happy these past couple of months. Like I just have been watching films of my own and writing about them. It's like I take so much joy in that because there was really a point where I was like unable to like sit down and read documentation, and I was just asking AI to help me with shit. There's just so much joy that I take in solving the problems myself, but it's just sadly I think it's bad. I think it's really bad, but yeah, I do worry what's gonna come of society when people like stop thinking for themselves. I don't think it's gonna be good. We're no longer bother ourselves with the basics, I guess. I mean, I write C, so I bother myself with the basics in like on purpose, right? I don't know. I don't really care about LLMs in like just a coding specific way. I think like LLMs just in general are dangerous things. Like most people think about it like, oh, LLMs are gonna steal jobs. I just worry about what they're doing to our brains. Like I don't know if it's just dopamine. In my opinion, human thinking never stops. It does though. It really does. It really, really, really does. It really, really does. Like I can ask an LLM to solve a problem for me, and even if it doesn't solve it correctly, I will like think of the problem in the way that they described it, like the structure, instead of having to discover that myself, and definitely reaching a more optimal solution. I used to think that way about something. I used to also have like these sorts of like isms about like none of your time is wasted on this earth. You're always learning something. No, that's bullshit. Like you can waste so much time of your in your life by just like wasting it away. So that's a bullshit ism too. But I don't know. The second I see art reviews made with AI, I know that something is coming, man. Something really bad is coming. Something really bad. But what is the solution? I mean, I think that the solution is that we like should stop thinking about human lives as products to like make money and shit. I mean, that's never going to happen. But that's the solution, is like to just like undopamine-ify our existence and to enjoy and like living slow. But that's not gonna happen unless we destroy all the stimuli in the world, which is never gonna happen. So I don't really think there's a solution. I think that it's just part of human nature to just become shit and to be honest, but that's why I feel like I should make something that expresses those frustrations before it eats me up inside. All right, I'm gonna peace out. I'm getting myself in a bad mood. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the Discord. All right, peace.